He's going to force the kill in the last second. Oh, right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Welcome to the Thunderpick World Championship 2025 NA Qualifier number 2, and we are on to our, well, I don't want to say elimination matches, but qualification matches. Let's be on the positive side here, Mark.
Yes.
For both of these, or I should say the last 4 teams that are going to be playing here. The first 2, we're going to be covering our lag versus Might. We're going to check out the schedule here in a little bit, but Mark, how you doing?
I'm doing excellent. I'm really excited for this matchup today. There's some spicy details about it that may be a little unusual, but you know what? Might are here. PA died so that they could live here in this matchup with the chance against LAG for playoffs.
Yeah, look, that was some big news that hit yesterday, right? Ben Lee deciding that, his first outing with Boss was enough to convince him to stay with the team. And I'm not even sure that's accurate. He may have already made this decision long ago. I feel like he'd already been practicing with the Boss guys from the vibe I was getting when watching that match and casting it. So I feel like I honestly think that Ben Lee was done and he wanted to move on. He saw an opportunity and he said, okay, I'm going to go there. And the Party Astronauts still had 4 of their 5 players left, right? But they decided that it wasn't going to work and that their leader was gone. So were they. I think OG Wizard is going to be the hot free agent that's available. I'm sure there's a lot of teams that can use some opping here as we check out the schedule, though. I shouldn't say the schedule, the bracket that's coming in here. And it is our decider match. And it does say 2-0 Might, but we know that that was a forfeit.
Yeah, they skated through that one unscathed as they get to pop right in here against LAG, who have been waiting along and had a really competitive one out there against Marsborne in a game that they were, ripping hotter into on both maps against Marsborne. That took a fourth quarter effort from Marsborne twice to, put out LAG there. So I think there's, positive details to pull out for both squads there, but LAG going to have to prove it today and Might are the underdog.
Yeah, almost certainly. Look, let's talk about the Might roster. Let's jump right into that because I think we've got some interesting news for this Might roster and you're going to see it. That's not Mattios.
Hi, Raven.
That's not him.
That is not Mattios.
But Mattios, okay, we're good now. But either way, Mattios is in. He is not playing in North America. He's playing from Europe here. And this is a crazy swap, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Mattios from Navi Jr. to NACS. Still on the, I guess, off loans from the Copenhagen Wolves again. You're for, potentially more than one best of 3 here. They would have to, just to try and lengthen their resume here in the Thunderpick to do that. But it's actually no one that I have heard that is benched here. And obviously missing that 5th player. Jared called up on the telephone to the Copenhagen Wolves line and said, "Can I get Mattios over here, please?"
It's wild to me. Like, look, it's going to be difficult for him regardless. He's a very good player, right? Even in Europe, he was putting up some good numbers. I think his rating was sitting around the 1.09 level, maybe even higher than that. It was way 1.12. Not way higher, but 1.12 rating over the last 3 months, and his impact 1.23. So he can absolutely frag out. The problem is going to be his ping. I think that's going to be the biggest issue in Counter-Strike 2 in particular. When you have that high ping, it gets a little bit more difficult to be competitive. We'll see how it impacts him. And, the rest of the squad will be coming through here as usual. No changes outside of that. But it's interesting to see that for whatever reason, Noinks didn't work out on this squad. And I think that may be for now, it's just a temporary sub for Mattios, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be a permanent change as they'll be looking for a new 5th.
Yeah, it seems to be. It's a player that is a little bit unexperienced, playing on Granny's Knockers and 5F in advance before hopping on to the Might train. But you will be much more familiar with this LAG name. They have had a really great performance, like I did mention earlier, versus Marsborne. And in terms of an opening matchup, that's going to be the hardest that was handed out here. Not going to be seeing Consti here on this AWP. Again, it's going to be Andrew subbing in. But as we have been going, it's Mason that had the highest rating out from from Fragadelphia last weekend, where you're harping on, sort of their land buff into moments like that they were kind of revving with Marsborne, a team that they've even played twice over back in Canada. And that was a lot of fun to watch, John.
Absolutely. And well, I guess we didn't really get a chance to talk about lag too much, did we? But overall, Mason and Sandman are looking quite fantastic, honestly. And I think this whole lag team is one of the most exciting teams for me. Consti won't be here again, but it will be Andrew playing for the lag side. So that is going to be, I think, fine. I know Consti's a great player. We don't know the reason why he's not playing. It could be multiple things, but as of right now, it will be Andrew on the server for this squad. And I feel like last time he played, he didn't really light up any fireworks or anything. It wasn't anything crazy, but he definitely was acquitting himself well, and he wasn't a weakness for this lag squad. So anyway, all that being said, let's jump into the veto. We got Dust 2 for Might, Inferno for lag, and Nuke as a decider. How do you feel about this?
This is going to be fun. I think exactly ripping in, I think it's an opportunity immediately for, maybe even Andrew to shine here over on this LAG side. They're going to be challenged immediately on a Dust 2. That's shaky for them. It's really close losses that LAG have in the details against really good teams. In there, they actually have two really crazy overtime losses against Getting Info and Party Astronauts. It's going to be a challenge here that's, going to try and take advantage of the firepower here, of Matteo swinging in on 140 ping or whatever it's going to be. All I got to say, John, is remember what the Swedes were doing in the first month of Wildcard when they were playing overseas.
Yeah,
they were dominating.
That was the first thing I thought about. That was the it was the first thing I thought of. I was like, I remember NA Revival Series when Wildcard was playing with Suspen Fuzi, and they were playing from Sweden, and they won basically everything. So it was wild to see them pop off the way they did. So you're right. There is that opportunity if they can overcome it, if you can adjust to it quickly, that Matios is going to be effective here for Might. I just feel like lag as a unit right now is a lot stronger. It's as simple as that. And you look at the maps, I think Dust 2 coming through for Might, it hasn't been great for them, right? They're picking into it, but they've been losing a lot. Their only win was actually against lag, right? 13-9. So I guess I understand why they wanted to go for this, but and then you get to Inferno, and I feel like the rest of the veto is just going to favor lag.
I wonder how confident they are about their train, because clearly they're not. LAG is a really, really good train team, especially since the addition of Wolf. I think that's, improved exponentially. He's an insane anchor player, could do it all by himself, right? But this was the map, I believe, that they squeezed off against Marsborne in their series, where it was a pretty close one out there. It was a bit slippy, but it's interesting that they're kind of leaving that out there. LAG realized there's kind of that common ground. They don't want to let that out to a third. It's a nuke that's going to be that decider if we need it.
All right. Well, that being said, let's check out the head-to-head and see which players are going to be highlighting in this one. I imagine it'll be familiar names. Wolf and Snakes. Okay, Snakes going to be the player to highlight over on Might, and Wolf on the other side. Yeah, it makes sense for Wolf, obviously, with Consti not playing. Wolf is the next highest rated player, and it's not really that far behind. I think it was, well, my numbers are saying 1.13 for Wolf and 1.4 for Consti, but, it might be a little bit different as to what you're seeing here. Either way, I think Wolf is a fantastic player. He was a great addition. I believe you already mentioned it, Mark, but I really do like what we've been seeing from him. And then on the other side, I don't know if I've necessarily liked what I've seen from Snakes lately. He's been good, but I don't know. Maybe just because the matchups haven't been favorable that I've been watching him in.
And his boy left. Voltage left.
Yeah, it looks like he's lacking inspiration, I feel.
That was during the very first Thunderpick North America we had going on here. And their matchup, we had Beanox pop in, who, to be honest with you, I've actually really liked what I've seen from Beanox. He was on Chicken Coop, that edition with Little Beer and Frizzy, and actually popping onto this roster has been pretty good, to be honest with you. But we'll open up the book back to Wolf, because to be honest with you, John, this is a guy that's finally getting his flowers. And yes. Even the conversation of everybody was so taken the wrong way, I think, by that Blue Jays move, because to be honest with you, I would rather this guy not be locked up in the handcuffs of an entry fragger position, you know? Like, that's their spot. Let him play that, you know? And that's the move that happened out there because, you know, it was tough. I mean, on paper, he was doing really well in, like, his ratings, right? And that speaks to how talented of a player that Wolf can be, you know? And especially now that you're seeing him within his native role. I mean, dude, seeing him play this anchor position on Train, he probably loves it. It looks like a favorite position type of scenario. Kind of all of the signs that I got in from the interview when I was watching it from the Dust 2 US over with Brett, he spoke about that. I mean, literally bringing him in to go ahead and, you know, fill those type of spots. It looks so good. And to be honest with you, Wolf's probably a player that you're probably going to see get a chance off of a team like LAG at one point. But to be honest with you, I think this is a team that should stick together at all costs.
Agreed. Honestly, and you put it very well. I think Wolf is at home for sure with LAG versus where he was with Blue Jays. This was a good move for him, although it was, you know, short-term pain, long-term gain, I think, in this situation for Wolf. And he's already found a nice place in terms of his anchor roles. I think he can still entry pretty well. I mean, he was doing good numbers. Like we saw, he was the top-rated player on that Blue Jays squad, but definitely more at home in the anchor role. So, all that being said, guys, we do have a bit of a delay, bit of a tech delay coming through. So we're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll jump right into the action. All right, heading into the action. Big Counter-Strike update just being dropped on a Monday. A lot of stuff being changed. You're going to see it here. Animations have changed. Some sounds have been added, Mark. Map changes. It's wild.
It's huge, man. And I mean, one of the first things we said to each other while we were going through the insane animations, just pulling out every gun, is that, I mean, I remember when the sounds were replaced in Go, you know, those big updates were down. We're going to remember this day and remember sitting in the TeamSpeak call waiting for this game to start, John. Hopefully this game will be just as memorable. We got a playoff spot in the line here. Might and LAG kicking it off on Dust 2.
Here they come. To Might towards this B site. Jared wins the opening duel. Can he get the follow-up? Yes, he will. Might.
Hey, look at that.
Mattios in here. And yeah, not too bad on the entries. Mattios on that high ping. Doesn't seem to matter for that first frag. And not for the second either.
Look who they've recruited. He has been blessed by the Navi Junior crest, and he is back in the server, firing free. And look at this. It is crisp. It is beautiful, ladies and gentlemen. Look at these new animations. It's like a brand new game, John.
Yeah, it really feels like it with the animations, honestly. There's only a few things that I'm not sure about.
That's USP, like a new noise for sure right there.
Yeah, that is a new sound.
AK.
Absolutely, for pulling back the bolt, for sure it is. It's okay. I think that's going to take some getting used to. I feel like the USP reload, though, the USPS is too loud or something. I don't know what it is, but that sound is just feeling a little bit off for me. But anyway, back to the action. DJ finds a clean one onto Andrew. Anti-eco for Might. I feel like the update's just like overwhelming my mind to the point where like,
this
game
huge,
is secondary.
John.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
And we thought the big update came with like a map pool change, and we're going, is that all? You know, like great stuff, Valve. Really great stuff. Super happy with this. And big changes to Overpass, Train, and Inferno. We'll talk about those more. We're even going to get to check out Inferno. That's our second map in the series here, so be excited. Jared was so good on the entries, but he's fully blind twice. Jared runs right past Sandman, gets to turn it around and connect a Mac-10 frag after all. Brett all alone against a 1v5 horde with a European that is just making his NA debut. They're loving it out here on Might.
Absolutely. Doing well here. Not a single player's died yet. Heading into round number 3. Some people are saying they don't like the butterfly animation. I'm not sure what it's about.
I've heard
looking
about
at it here.
Jared tested it out for us.
Yeah, if you can hear us. No, obviously you can't. But looks the same to me. I don't own a butterfly.
Hex complaining online.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the issue might be. Jared's showing us everything. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Jared.
Thanks, Jared.
The observer knew exactly what to do. Big nade kill to open it up there. You guys hear that? Agree with John's opinion, yes or no? It is a little bit sharp, in my opinion.
It's
a little bit loud.
Too sharp. Like they need to turn down the volume, like adjust the mix, the audio mix a little bit on it, right?
What a day. Mason light him up. Gets information as nothing else. Mac-10 to chase down these pistol holding players. This could be dangerous here. Shoulder sink. Sandman clean. Could potentially get another, but DJ mows him down. Pull out the deagle. Oh yeah, baby. Look at that.
I love the flip too. It's really nice.
Oh, John, what a day. What a day.
It's a nice day. It's a good day to be a Counter-Strike fan, in my opinion. Or maybe a bad one, depending on how you view the update. Anyway, bomb's going to get planted on B. Wolf, another nice deagle shot. Wolf trying to clutch out the round. Now, this was just the eco coming through for Life's a Game, and they have pulled it off. Brett gets the AK upgrade. We get to hear that new sound, the new reload sounds as well. Everything's been updated here. As Life's a Game pull off their first round victory on a round where they didn't really expect it. So now they get those free rifles in their hands. Not to mention they've got that economy that's flourishing in just one round.
So as we examine all the nuanced animations, every little new shiny feature we got in the game, we got an excellent map ahead of us. And to be honest with you, if we're going to get a good look at Mattios here, this is going to bring the best out of Might, a team that, you know, was unsure about their fifth situation, you know, had been switching out and having some of those tryouts for a while. They went to it was the Philadelphia Candyland just last week, I believe, with no one, right? So, I mean, tried that out there, got a feeling with it. And we're playing with Servo yesterday in the Revival Cup, or at some point.
That's right,
one
yes.
or two.
I think they only played one match, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Or at least after they qualified. Anyway.
Correct.
Jared. Waiting to poke his head in towards his A site. Andrew's already been tagged down to 27. We talked about him subbing in for Consti. Maybe a vulnerability here. But overall, he looked pretty decent in his first outing with this Life's a Game squad. And he's playing from car right now. Going to be an important piece with the way this round is shaping up. Smokes are out. Needs that support, actually. Throws the nade to break the smoke. Another one comes through. That's going to be a hefty one. On towards Cat. Now Andrew's adjusting. Hits his first shot and will back off.
Gives Mike an ounce of respect. So much room doubling up. Brett was so sharp individually in the opening matchup versus Marsborne. That's to take his head clean off. DJ, what the hell has came up in your camp today, my friend? The IGL lives on for himself, but I'm sure also for Party Astronauts, as he was one of those founding members, John. I know he had kind of an emotional tweet yesterday, as yet the fan favorite brand in North America shuts down again as a tear drops out of my eye.
Yeah, it's sad to see the Party Astronauts go. DJ wants a part of that core, but he's found a new home here with Might, and he's looking pretty strong here in the early goings of Dust 2. We thought Life's a Game would have the advantage, but DJ really doing a great job. Mattios on the other side. Mattios as well. Oh, Wolf. There goes his gun. Doesn't realize anyone's nearby, and it will be 3-1 for Might.
This is their map pick. This is where they are trying to look the most fierce here at the start, and they're doing pretty well. It was a victory you thought that would be kind of the turn of the tides and the spoiling of what was pretty vicious pistol round there, but might have responded, you know, back when the guns have gotten in the hands of LAG. They're squaring up. It looks like they are going to be shooting well, especially in the IGL category today. I forget this is NACS. They smoke. Happens. There you go.
Nice shot for Butternox. And Mattios gets Brett. The anti-eco going as you would expect. Wolf did buy up a hero rifle here. Almost got a chance to see that full reload from the A1S, which is pretty nice. I love the M4A4 reload. I think that one's one of the nicer ones, and the Krieg as well, or the SG553, whatever you want to call it. So we go into round number 5 here. It's pretty much full control for Might.
Ooh, there's
and
DJ.
even more so. Yeah.
I will mention we have, you know, in our time waiting, you know, for the game to start, we hopped on. We were looking at the update. Andrew going to hop up here for one moment. I think he's going to be the only player to give around his life. Wolf should probably be saving 2 times in a row. We forgot one very important detail to the update. In the animation category, we all read that big first sentence. Andrew likely to get caught in the back here. The second being, replace/updated all chicken animations. There you go.
That's the most critical one. I'm curious to see. They should
probably be added to Vertigo.
Oh, damage done from Wolf. I don't know if it was worth losing the M4, but it does boost the economy of his teammates by an extra 100. So perhaps so. Either way, tactical pause going to be called by Life's a Game to talk things over. Andrew does get the op in his hands, and the buy-up will come through for lag. We'll see those chickens soon on Inferno. That's next up. And also the changes to Inferno as well.
Yes. Which look good. It looks like we got the railing back over towards apartments. Everything's sort of been cleaned up. Lighting's been changed in a couple different places. Bananas, you know, very much, I think, the lighting and also been cleaned up kind of like props wise in Banana. It looks a lot cleaner. First Oranges is changed. Kind of looks like a bit of the Tetris box, kind of like how HUD is on Nuke, but wooden. But also it's that Coffin's position that is much wider. That should make it easier for CTs to retake.
Well, we'll get to see right away if that is exactly how it plays out. But first does too. A classic that hasn't been modified, at least not this time. Snake's gonna get the opening duel 1 against a Mason, and he eats a nade down to 3 HP. The nades sail the other direction as well. 5v4 in favor of Might, and there's Andrew finally connecting with the AWP. Wolf swings around to support him, and 2 fall here in a 4v2 in favor of Life's a Game.
Binox going to need to respond here. Really a lot of credit to Andrew there, immediately being so active on the rotation, gets all the way back down into CT to find that kill. Up on doors, still toting here, and now has no vision all the way up. This is really aggressive positioning by Sandman, and realizes it. Gonna even call for the backup to come through right now. It's just the tease of the utility, but it's going to be that part of the map departed. Wolf should know exactly what is up here, as the individual is going to have to stand alone as the anchor right now, dodging all the utility. There's a bit of an audible cue, and now a lineup to potentially be disrupted. It is. It's Jared to find another great entry here into the B site. And with the op alongside, you know it's going to have to be Sandman here to get his hands dirty.
HP's low. Binox doesn't hit the shot. Nicely baited out by Sandman. That allows Andrew to get into position. And he's just going to post up here and wait for Binox to peek around this corner. See if he can get the frag before Binox can fire off that shot. Andrew continues to wait patiently. They still know Jared's around, and Jared will find Sandman. That could do it. I think it will. Jared over at Car deals the killing blow, and Might are off to a much better start than we expected. 5-1.
Little 140 ping, not really affected Matios right here, but you know it's going to help him. The rest of his squad stepping up. Jared and DJ know they got to skip a part on this course. Just thrown right into the matchup against LAG here. Due to Party Astronauts and the story we already spoke down. They get this to go, and they're not just gonna, take this opportunity lightly. It's one that can be a little bit stressful for you. It was a little bit more stressful than I let it on to be. Maybe I'll get back to that topic in a minute, because they're actually quicker than I think. They are so far ahead of the problem. These MP9 trying to clean them up, and look at that! On tap for Mason, 2 in a row in that MP9.
Yeah, Mason's definitely a player that's really stepped up for Life's a Game. Sandman as well, but I mean, I'd highlight Mason above him just because of how good he's looked in so many situations. Now he picks up the op and gets one as well. Not the gun he's used to using, but hey, if he hits shots like that, maybe he should be on the secondary op more often. Anyway, the player who has been shooting very well for Might so far is DJ in this 1v4. They might not expect him to be towards B. There's one onto Andrew. Sandman's around this corner. DJ's going loud. Gets the second. Can he get the third? Yeah, no! DJ turns a 1v4 into a 1v1. 19 HP. Can grab the bomb now. He's got time to go all the way to A if he wants to. I mean, look at that clock. Brett goes into B and realizes that DJ's not here. We'll see if Brett realizes quickly enough that DJ's going to go towards A, but that is fantastic from him.
In-game leader on in-game leader right now. Nothing short of the mind games. And Brett will just remain patiently along. 35 ticking down here, John. This would just be a miracle of a clutch here by DJ. But it's going to be so tough here, especially for 20. And needs to pass right now. Sees a foot and gets all the way over. He's going to have a chance for a free bomb plant.
Oh, they changed the font of the bomb plant, the numbers in the bomb. Anyway, DJ... gonna throw a flashbang. Brett slowly but surely moving up. He just got the lineup, but he can't hit the shot. Brett will win the duel, shutting down DJ's clutch attempt, but what an effort it was. And, I mean, look, the fact of the matter is, Life's a Game felt like they had a very easy win. It would have built up the economy, but because DJ gets those 3 frags and he gets the bomb plant, not only does he punish the economy of Life's a Game, but he also boosts his own teammates' economy in order to make a stronger buy come through.
Yeah, he basically just cut out an entire round of savings that they had. It's going to be this buy up here for LAG, and DJ and Jared right now are going back and forth. Like, I've literally never seen. So keep this up, Might, and you could upset on this Dust 2 that I really favor LAG on heavily. They have really good score lines here against a lot of respectable opponents here, where it's 13-9s, 11-13s, wherever it is. Overtime losses. Been a rough go about it on this Dust 2 for LAG, and it unfortunately continues to pour.
Jared, there's that Molotov thrown for Cat. It's a good one. Forces Andrew off the angle. Andrew backs off to Car. May call for reinforcements from Sandman, or just go and help Sandman to see if anything's happening at long, which there isn't. They don't have to leave 2 players here, that's for sure. So, having realized that it's secured with that smoke, Andrew's going to back off and check out what's happening towards A. Lots of time left on the clock, and Might is happy to let it burn off a little bit more.
Refresh on that smoke. That's an LAG denial of it. Might not looking around towards Catwalk anyhow. They're down here and just showed a whole lot in their hand. Fitting back towards upper. It's Brett that stays all the way out. And now this is going to be well and obvious. But what can he do? But depend on Mason and Wolf to take care of business here. Mason with 1 point of utility, and he's going to set out Wolf to go ahead and just try and slaughter on the course. It's Mason still alive here and just takes out Jared. Jared has been so good entering into B right now, and they've got to turn it around because there's no damn time here. It's going to be a 3rd on the board for LAG.
Wow, another shutdown from LAG. I mean, you saw towards that B site, everyone falling, work being done effectively. I mean, just it looks like Life's the Game got a bit of a slow start off on this map. Maybe the changes got to them a little bit. They're adjusting to the new animations. Who knows? But they're back into this one. 2 rounds separate them from Might. And op 2 AKs, and 2 A1Ss for Life's a Game. On the other side, might still have a buy-up available to them, although Jared does have to settle for the Deagle, and the utility isn't that great. But if you go out fast, then maybe you win some duels, and util won't matter as much. Matteo, speaking of which, gets Sandman.
Matthias may not be able to avoid that nade. Gets bruised up down to 46. It's tapping right on that smoke, and you can just feel it right there. Brett pulls away. Jared, who was so patiently waiting around that utility to finally have an impact. You're at a 4v4, evened up from the opener on Sandman.
Might taking up all the vacant space here in mid. Snake's going to throw the B-side smoke, I believe. Oh, nope. Decides to throw the Molotov instead. Well, B-side smoke did go out as well. Just saw that. 55 seconds left on the clock, and back to the cat approach. Our Might. Andrew's waiting with the AWP. Wants to connect on another big one. Yeah.
Gotta hit these shots. Andrew does. He was at this line that he was just pushed back by the utility so far. That's the problem here. Is playing around these spots. Mason hit these shots. So damn close to that on the bend, but you're waiting for the help to just get in. And Andrew, he's going to finish the job that LAG started. They got 2 in a row here, and they have just drained every dollar out of there for Might. It's going to be Tech 9s at best.
Yeah, a little messy on the spray from Mason, but at the end of the day, like you said, reinforcements arrived and took care of the rest. The trades were solid for Life's a Game, and they have now worked their way back into this one. 3rd in a row there. They were down 5-1. Now, looking for their 5th to tie this up. Will be an eco on the Might side. Tech 9s for everyone. 4 pieces of util and a body already dropped in Binox. 4 players coming in from the upper tunnels. Nade sailing through from Wolf. He's going to get some damage. Yeah, a lot onto DJ. Wolf waiting in the cubby here. That's going to be so lethal. I mean, doesn't even need to activate, really. Finally does. He gets the last 2.
LG have shut down this unstoppable energy there from Might that they just jumped off the block with into the water here. Swimming alongside, and especially with the favor in their bank accounts. Wolf has done a really good job here, especially in these last couple with Mason on that B site. I mean, clearly catching up pace by pace. You're here at finally a tie game. I also push mid with Augs. I like this from Brett. He can get it done if I can't.
I don't know if it's a good idea to push mid with Augs, but hey, look, it's sometimes it works. Mason is going to get that frag onto Mattios. Brett didn't get a frag, but, you know, I guess he had some fun.
Maintained a lot of space.
Yeah.
Regardless of his scope or non-scope. It was Andrew that did convert that kill. The idea on that. Oh my gosh. I've never seen that AUG in my life.
Yeah, it's a nice AUG. I think that's
like it should be on hanging on a wall in an art museum.
I believe it's the Overpass collection. The new one.
There you go.
Yeah. Either way.
Some graffiti on it, perhaps.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I want to see the animations, though. I haven't gotten the chance to look at those. I'm kind of like checking out the new update while we cast here. 52 seconds left on the clock, though, and they want to check out this B site. See what's up.
Presenting it to the people, John.
Of course.
We may be casting the very first Inferno on this update. We shall see. I don't want to jinx anything. Mason going to be here at 13. Going to be just chucking up to a headshot there on Snakes. Mason on 13 is continuing to live so lavishly. Here he make it a third, and he does. Mason, the Monarch, there back at the site.
Fantastic stuff. Mason stepping up his game as he's been apt to do here for this squad. 12 on the board for him now, leads the server. Behind him is DJ, who's really slowed up. He had a ridiculous start, absolutely on fire, and now hasn't really been able to find his rhythm since that attempted 1v4 clutch. Last round of the half, and honestly, I can't believe Life's a Game are the ones jostling for a lead because it felt like they were going to get completely blown out of this first half with the way things were shaping up. Andrew's gone. He's blown out from Catwalk. Brett in the smoke. He can crush them. 2, maybe 3. No, only 2 for Brett. Mattios will trade him, but the damage has been done.
Oh, what is this? The Augs have arrived, and they're just going to get this down on Catwalk. It's not just Sandman finding this, and they just slip right past. This should be all good, though. Jumping up and seeing ahead. It's all on to Mattios in the clutch. 33 at the end of the half. Can the Croatian player hold on? Information on 1, but 2, that's a different question. And they are going to be bested here.
Oh.
By Wolf. Just has that sense when he is with the pack. Gotta protect. He's got 10 frags in 7 rounds here for LAG as they survive. What was that, a 5-1 start for Might?
Yep, 5-1 start and 6 in a row for Lag. That's not too bad. You saw Brett there just hiding over at Xbox on the double door side of it. Oh man, sometimes you get punished for that, but because of the way the smoke was placed, it's very difficult to spot him out, and then it starts to fade away, and he just absolutely blows through 2 players, almost even gets the third, finally shut down, but that is the difference maker. That's what allows Wolf and Sandman to end this and clutch it out. At least end the half and clutch it out. And 2-round lead. Again, didn't expect Life's a Game to be in this position, but here we are as they head over to their T side of D2. We're only 1 half away from Inferno. With all those changes.
And the changes today, this is just one hell of a Monday. I'll be honest with you. I got into my gaming chair this morning, booted up the PC, booted up HLTV, booted up this match page, and then I rubbed my eyes 1, 2, 3, 4 times. I said, is this really what I'm seeing? Mattios in the server, we're gonna update. It's Groundhog Day, man. I don't know what's going on.
Let's see what he can do now. Mason going to get the opener onto Jared. Might would love to get another pistol round here and bring this one right on back. Mattios fully blinded. DJ supporting him well with the pistol, and Mattios able to recover to get 1. Andrew traded out immediately, and now a 3v2 in favor of Might, but look at the HP bars. They're so low. Only 9 and 11 HP for Snakes and DJ respectively. Snakes is gone. Binox is the healthy one, and now he's the only one left because they've dealt with the rest. It will be Binox gone. Brett getting that last one. Well done for Lag.
Yeah, they seem to be in form here. Just took a couple moments to actually shake themselves in this, which is really a shame because like I commented earlier, man, I can't remember quite as hot of a start like that in any game that I've like ever watched Might in. So especially against a quality team like this with these two players going back and forth, Jared and DJ unfortunately slowed down a little bit. Obviously worth noting that their Opper ain't too well within the conversation. I can't say that, you know, Andrew's taken over the game either here, but, you know, might need some sort of other ingredient to lift up the rest.
I mean, Andrew's exactly as I described him earlier, right? He's doing his job. He's not going to light any fires, but he's going to help his team out when he's needed. That's exactly what's happening. Brett and Mason get a couple. Mattios, only one. Looked like something could have happened there, but it didn't. 4v2 in favor of Life's a Game. Snakes rattles off a shot from the Deagle. Sandman, along with Mason, look to isolate him in that mid position. They've already gotten down to 33 HP.
Jumping for it and collecting. It is a pretty easy look out there. And the in-game leader can be happy as he watches along as the only casualty. Life's a Game. They skate their way out to a 9th here, and it only gets colder from this point forward for Might. It's going to be shaky ground here for their first gun round. And it's like they're seemingly kind of going back and forth on what exactly they want to invest on.
Yeah, tactical pause call by Life's a Game, so this gives Might a chance to talk things over because this is weird. It felt like they could have gone for that investment, but instead they're on what appears to be a half buy unless things change. So I'm not necessarily a bad call.
Still kicking around here. He's a guy that's done a lot of coaching in NA, John, for a lot of teams. One Tap, you know, a lot of the names. Triumph, even at one point. Akimbo, excuse me, I think that was Strife. Got Oreo on the other, Ario, excuse me, for LAG. He's been rocking with plenty of the rosters that have seen faces like Mason and Sandman, has been following Sandman through LAG and was a part of one of Mason's first squads over at Cyberstorm.
I remember when Becker was playing.
Wow.
I remember casting and playing. Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while. I think it's 4 or 5 years. But yeah, he was with, I cast him on Dogs of War. You can go look up his history to see how long ago that was and how old I am. Anyway, Mattio's going to get a couple here. Andrew and Sandman get 2 back, but that's not too bad already for Might on what was just that half buy. They do lose the big pieces in the MP9s, and Brett's going to capitalize on that up against Snakes and Binox. Only DJ left at long.
Continue to roll here. Can just ooh and ah these Deagle animations. This is DJ that tries the jiggle, and he will get that down onto Brett. See if this IGL 31 years young can continue to be a threat here against this T side.
I don't know. It's going to be tough. No armor, no kit. Yeah, no chance now. Wolf puts him down. And Lag are into double digits, 10-5. Here comes the buy finally for Might. But only 3 more rounds in Life's a Game are going to go to their map pick.
I can't wait. Inferno going to be there just for us, John. Can't wait to see the new changes there, especially on the B site. Yep. Definitely not as significant as, you know, what was done there on Train. 3 big changes there with boxes added and whatnot. But obviously, I think, you know, Inferno just needed kind of a polish and, you know, minor adjustments because
for sure,
you know, so structurally close to the Inferno that we loved.
The thing is for Inferno is that a lot of people were questioning why it was still in the pool and not removed for Overpass instead, right? Instead of Anubis being pulled out. And I think Valve had to make changes in order to say, okay, look, we want to try something new on this map to modify it and see if it plays differently. So, yeah. Anyway, we'll see how it goes. Back to the action here. Mason going to get the opener onto Mattios. Binox. He's got the up, but he's in a really tough spot. Vulnerable to utility, nades in particular. So he has to be careful about his approach. He's got the long player that could come in and support as well. But Might are swarming around this A site. The problem is they don't have the bomb. They need that bomb.
That's important. Wolf, he's going and sprinting for it, streaking back. Andrew required to potentially hit a second shot here. He just doesn't want to be fooled on the jiggles here. Veenox and Snakes right within that distance. And it's Sandman to catch up. Now they have to collapse here onto the site. Mason, he's right down below with Veenox waiting in the elevator shaft right here. They can see this, and Sandman will bleed it. Wolf has a secure plant here on B, but it's Sandman, the hitman right now with a triple, knocking out and going up to 11.
Yeah, Sandman's been pretty quiet, but the young gun has gone out here and gotten that 3K, left no doubt in the minds of Life's a Game whether they would win that round or not, and he's trying to catch up to Mason, who's already been lighting a fire for his team towards that finish line. Might will have 4 A1Ss here, and Binox, I'm guessing, is going to get the MP9. There it is. Util's okay, but this is a must-win round for Might. Otherwise, it will be curtains, and we'll probably be on Inferno. Just such a shame for them to be completely wiped out since having that 5-1 lead. It's been 10 in a row for Life's a Game.
Can flash through this, and it's just perfect support.
What? Are you kidding
me? Look up a
me?
cat play like that and how well it's supposed to go, John. That's best case scenario here is Brett barely surviving, has a double right now. And it seems to be just textbook right here with the way this T side is moving. Yeah, go ahead and choose on the extremity to next be active, and they trip up another member. John, this is spectacular right now, and there's not a fault in sight.
I mean, this is what we expected, though, from Life's a Game, right? Like, this is a team that's been on the rise for quite some time, and while Might does have some interesting pieces, overall, they haven't looked as good as this Life's a Game squad at all. And I think at the beginning, there was something, you know, DJ was popping off a little bit, getting some nice frags. You had Matios, who's working with this high ping and trying to make it work, but it's never going to be easy in that situation. And you've seen flashes from him, his potential, but he won't be able to operate 100%. He's going to be at 90% throughout the entirety of this BO3. So Life's a Game. They're having a party right now.
A very fine sentiment.
Yes.
Right? That's what it feels. Honoring the astronauts as it's DJ still blasting off. He's got a double here beginning of this round. Wolf still hanging about. Works best alone. He's out and gotten all this long control, but Jared, he's going to check back and has an easy kill. And now they're just going to be lent up onto the red carpet 2v5.
Smoke going to get tossed by Jarrett towards long. Oh, the flank's coming in as well. And just watching, though, and he does get that frag, and Mason on the other side finds Jarrett. That changes the entire complexion of the round. Mason tapping away towards DJ. Does a little bit of damage to him, but now we went from a 5v2 to a 2v3. Matios trying to come back again and aggress on that flank, but there's so much time and they're watching again. Andrew fragging DJ towards the A site. This flank, I don't know. If it's time right, maybe. Maybe it makes a difference, but they're just waiting. They're just waiting for Mike to go in their direction. That's exactly what's happening. Matios spotted out by Mason. This was a 5v2, folks, and now it is a 2v1 with 4 unanswered frags from Life's a Game. What a turnaround, and they're only up against the MP9 of Snakes now.
This was a 5-1 scoreline here.
Yeah.
And LAG walked it back confidently.
Oh my God.
After quite a bold opener, John, it's LAG that walk Might right out of their pick with their hand on their shoulder the whole time going, this is our turf foul. You step aside. LAG are one map closer to playoffs now.
Honestly, Might just got too aggressive there. I mean, you have a 5v2. You don't have to push. You can just wait on the A site. You know that they're towards long. You don't have to take the fights at all. And they kept taking them again and again and again, trying to go for that flank. Really, all you have to do is bottle them in, right? You just wait, keep a player on the backside of those the longhouse, bottle them in. They're fine. Wait for the A players to engage with them, or I should say, wait for them to engage with the A players. And that's it. But they don't do that. And obviously, Lag's going to punish you every single time you make that attempt, Mark.
Absolutely. And I got to say, even where we were having a conversation, I think for LAG matching up really well and trying to take off the shoulders of a team like Marsborne. I've, referenced, interviews and the attitude of this team a lot. That's, kind of used to being an underdog, especially Brad on some of these teams, always kind of been below the cut of the wild cards, of the bosses, what have you, and trying to, get that up here. I think this is a really squad that's like has a huge chip on their shoulder, and they're really trying to push it forward here. And they're not going to take any Matteo sub in the way, man. Now they're going to be walking on to the very first Inferno in the world, John, that we're going to be watching on this update.
Is it really the first one? That's cool if it is. That's fantastic. We get to cast the very first match on the new Inferno, guys. We are going to take a break before we get there, but when we do, we will talk about what this Inferno may bring between these two squads. Keep it locked here on Thunderpick. All right. Here we are, the new Inferno, sort of. Some changes made to the map here, Mark, and we're going to be seeing them for the first time ever.
Oh, John, look at what we got on screen over there. It's a little chicken.
Is it a chicken? I didn't see it.
Brand new animations. Brand new. He was walking normally. Normally. And
okay.
I hope it hasn't changed too much. But you see, there's a railing. There's a railing, guys. They had to jump over. Banana is a lot more clean and open and has better lighting.
It looks like there's better lighting across the whole map, in my opinion.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, Sandman working out here. Binox gets the opener. Oh, excuse me, Jared got the opener. And Binox and Mathios are going to get a couple more, so it looks like this one's going to start out the same way Dust 2 did, with Might finding a pistol round victory, right? Maybe? Yes, more than likely. Mason gets 3, but only 3, as Binox will shut him down with 3 of his own.
Yeah, no 2v5 happening there. It's Might that are going to be just reaching for that CT pistol through a 3K of their Opper, which I'm sure they are going to love. But we're out here at a very nice stance to see exactly how we're going to get 2 pretty good Inferno teams. Might have it in their history kind of a little bit here. It's been one that has been kind of LAG's bread and butter for some time. I've taken some steps back to it and have opened up other parts of their pool.
Second round of play. The first round victory, by the way, for Might since Life's a Game. Had 12 in a row on that previous one. Ooh, that's a clean reload when the magazine's empty. Yep. I like the pistol reloads on the empty magazines, where you have to fling that slide back in place. Anyway, back to the action. Mathios going to take care of Wolf. This is a force buy for Life's a Game.
Gosh, I love this because we have so much to yap about that's like not what's actually happening. It's a great day to listen alongside. The eco rounds will be juicy. It's Sandman to get a headshot there. And this is trying to reach up against what is, after the previous update, which was just as significant, adding the $50 per kill here has made it to where these CTs consistently have better guns than the Ts. Wasn't always that way, John. Wasn't always that way.
That is true.
Me and my Galil. Oh, how do you do? At some point, we'll see some chickens doing some suspect things, I'm sure.
They changed the door sound. That's a different door sound. Oh, no! Valve, what did you do?
Valve, please fix.
Oh, no, they said they updated the clipping on the map, but the bomb is stuck.
Oh, put it on Reddit.
No.
Put it on Reddit. This one's Valve office. Hello, Valve office. Please fix this.
Actually, no, they didn't. Sorry, they didn't update clipping on Inferno. They updated clipping on Train, but that is so weird.
Yeah. I think they may have removed some props. Maybe that disturbed something. That's a glitch you don't want, man. And unfortunately, I don't know what a ruling like this would suggest.
Yeah, I don't know if the admin can make a call here or not. I hear typing, but I guess we don't. Yeah, we're just gonna go in. That is so weird. Why would that happen, though? It's not like they made any changes in that direction.
Oh, man.
Maybe they silently updated clipping or something. Who knows? Anyway, great nade from DJ. But Andrew and Wolf strike back for a couple with the Tech 9 and the P250. 3v3 bomb plant going to come through here thanks to this smoke. Spam is good from Binox. And there's the incendiary to burn Mason up a little bit, but there will be a bomb plant.
They did change the font, John. You're right. That is different fonts on the bomb plant. We call that out in a scenario, and that does do pretty quickly. Just the little things about this update, and you're about to see it. Look at the new first oranges, John. Like that triple box on Nuke, I would sort of compare it to, is these rifles that were the meat and potatoes of this that were picked up. Might I remind you, we're going to be shut down. Old Wolf is going to have a miracle to spray here on an MP9 Hail Mary. It's batted down at the line.
All right, well, Might able to fend off Life's a Game's force buy and eco round. You get that 3-0 lead, but they're probably hoping they can actually hang on to it now, as opposed to on Dust 2 when things just completely slipped away from them after the opening moments of that map, I should say. AKs across the board for Life's a Game. There's also the windows have been opened up in church here on Inferno, which will make retakes look a little more interesting.
I forgot about that.
Yeah. No, it's going to be interesting to see how the utility is deployed there now on retakes, because it just gives you more options on the CT side.
Good on you, pal. Rune B hopping, I heard, but good on you. As long as we got him on the line there for the bomb plant. Fix that, too. We'll take it. It was that utility belt that was cleaned out earlier by Matios. He's going to do literally anything Mike tells him to do, as he's a super sub right now. He's the rotator, it looks like. Could be bending back and forth between the A and B bomb site. Now, this is a setup I haven't seen in some time. Nothing new over here, unfortunately. I don't like being over here. Don't drop the bomb, guys. Keep it on your back.
Yeah, seriously. Do not throw that bomb against the wall there at alt mid. You will be in trouble. I actually like to see a direct comparison between like the points they changed and in this current version. Oh, Wolf catches Binox, not looking the right way towards alt mid. Mason finds a trade immediately afterwards on a 4v3 for Life's a Game, as Mike getting a little impatient, trying to hunt down some frags.
25 and ticking, and that bomb is sprinting back towards A, and Brett, with perfect play, has that on alert, and has all this space handed to him on this A site to set up. Bogged down by his positioning on B, Sandman can potentially find Snakes and DJ Saban. Hey, okay, I see. Those windows are broken.
Yep. Oh, and DJ Skull's broken too. Sandman taking care of that. Snakes, last one standing. They know he's here. They want to punish Might as much as possible. And this will force them onto an eco more than likely.
He's on the new first oranges. He says this is foreign territory. Where do I go here?
I kind of like it, honestly. Oh, Snakes holding on to the M4 and also building up a bit of cash for his squad.
He may just shed this last round all the way off. Snake puns all the way through as a 4K will do. We like that out of Might as they thin the herd there. That's one that will definitely cost you.
Absolutely. Comes expensive for Life's a Game. And that's the full $250 kill bonus going in for the Might squad. Which means that this buy-up gets a little bit more potent with the utility. And on the Life's a Game side, they have to settle for some Galeals. In fact, Brett's selling the Galil and going to the Mac 10 instead to make sure that a little more util is available to them. That first orange is going to be... I'm curious to see how it plays out, because it gives the T's an option, right, to jump up and maybe gain an edge, gain the high ground. DJ, he's got the swag 7, though, and he will find one.
Goodness.
Jumps over the half wall to look for a second, but he'll be content with getting that one and falling back.
The shotguns look proper, John. That was...
Yes,
you can tell he got hit by an actual shotgun there, the way that gun kicks back, the animations. Oh, what a great day to be a Counter-Strike fan, as you said.
It's weird on that railing, by the way, because they got rid of it and then put it back. Like, towards apartments. I'm not sure why they decided to put it back. I thought it was working out pretty well, but maybe they felt the T's were getting out too quickly. Anyway.
Apparently it's much shorter, too. As you can see.
Yeah.
It's gonna take one little hop, skip, and a jump to get over that. But honestly, perfect. Dude, shout out to the Observer today. Putting in some absolute great work. Like I don't mean to boss you around, but this is your time to shine. Looking at all the new shiny stuff. It's a 3 versus 2 right now, but one that is thinly veiled right now, JRT. 3 and 17 health on Andrew and Brett here, and Wolf is going to have to hang along, but, I mean, this is enough of a setup, enough of a challenge in itself to actually just prompt the save.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, if they had the util, some nades, then it becomes a lot scarier for Life's a Game, but they don't, right? So Might just going to settle for saving the AK, and the Mag 7 DJ holds on to that as well. I'm pretty sure there's another gun on the ground, but I guess he just can't reach it. So it will be, again, the shotgun, still serviceable towards that banana position. And on the other side, Life's a Game make it work with a more limited buy-up. We have a technical pause coming through, though. Did we lose someone? I don't think so.
It's fine. We can talk about Inferno.
Yeah.
So, obviously, these changes were loaded up, right?
Yeah.
I mean, clearly they had this in the mind before the Anubis change to say, don't worry, community, we have, multiple addresses for 3 different maps, right? I mean, this was definitely, you and I kept discussing. I definitely would prompt this at the end of my pitchfork. I was there watching so many games in Austin, John, that were prompted on doing Inferno in the playoffs, and I'm going, why can't I just watch a nuke? Why can't I watch something more fun? Because it was just a little bit awkward, and I don't really think that anybody, that wasn't too much of an expert could, really put their thumb on it as to why it was a little bit uncomfortable. The original iteration of the CS2 Inferno was really tight, and it was really beautiful, too. I mean, all of the changes, all that they were trying to do texturally, it was really, really fascinating to see some of those, first maps out of it. But, as you remember back in Go, JRT, that there was, an update where, I remember there was like 2 different iterations that was had for like Mirage, one that was like less foggy and had less crap on the ground, but, probably just works a lot better if we're updating one map. So you've got to find a common ground there. And so this is like, probably version 3 of Inferno in CS2, maybe version 4. And, we've come a certain way. And I think this is going to be good to test this out because it was becoming a little bit more unpopular.
Yeah, no, I think that there's still work. I mean, we'll see what these changes do. But for me, Banana didn't just need improvements to visuals to make it players more legible. I think it needs to be wider. I think there needs to be more space for the T's to walk up, so it's not just a utility barrage back and forth where you just have fire on each side at the beginning of the rounds. Like there should be some gaps available, or you should need to commit more utility to block off all visibility, in my opinion. So it's like Dust 2 Cross, I would say. That's the one comparison I make, right? Where you had to, it looks like Wolf's gone, that's why we're waiting. But like when they updated Dust 2, you needed a couple of smokes to go for that cross now, as opposed to just the one smoke. So you have to commit a little more utility to be comfortable in that situation. That's what I think we need for Banana as well, to, I guess, make it more interesting and dynamic in terms of its play. Because that's the part of the map that, to me, that feels the most stale.
Wow.
And just not fun, I think.
Look at that. Look at that animation.
Oh, dude, how can you not like that? Hex, I want to get Hexed on here and like ask him what's going on. No, I'm serious. Like, I don't know what he doesn't like. It looks even cleaner when you're tapping it.
Animation is apparently sus.
Okay.
That's what I'm hearing.
Like, I'm willing to listen to the feedback that people have, and but from what I see, it looks pretty darn good.
Willing to have a discussion with the community. I like that.
Yeah, of course.
I will say that I hear it is a bit of a keyboard issue here for Wolf, which I can sympathize with, John. I am a serial just pouring water all over my keyboard, all the time for multiple years. So I've, changed my ways. I've gotten Yeti glasses, water bottles that can't spill, things like that. It's got to take precaution.
You have to. I just have water bottles all the time. I try to avoid having an open glass next to my desk as much as possible.
There was one time I accidentally poured water into the top of my Xbox, like a couple of drips.
Wait, what?
Not like on purpose.
Okay,
it was like pouring off my desk.
Okay.
And I'm like, oh my gosh. And it survived. It was like one of the original edition Xbox Ones that came out, like that had like the crunching disc problem. Oh, it's a classic machine.
Are you talking about the original, like Xbox Classic, like the first one?
The one that came out in 2013, 14 maybe.
So that would be the newer one. Okay.
Yes, the one that looks the non
like a square. Yeah, just like a rectangular prism. All right, anyway.
I got my hands on that original Xbox console once, at some friends' houses. Never did have one. I had a GameCube, though. Rocking on that.
GameCube's pretty solid.
Oh, yeah.
Just don't spill water on that.
Dude, I'll try, man. I'll try.
Gotta control
Take care of
yourself,
your
Mark.
stuff, guys.
Yeah. Don't be tempted to pour water on your electronics. It won't go well.
Maybe I was doing bad in some Call of Duty public matches that day or something, you know.
Just throwing water on your stuff because you're not playing well. That would be some crazy tilting, honestly.
Every time I think of a rage clip, I think of the, green at ramp and the guy smashing his keyboard, and then we move on with our lives. But we're here. We're out of the process. We're out of the podcast portion of the tech pause. We're out of this thing. Wolf has joined back, maybe with a backup keyboard. Always got to have one.
We're into it. 6th round of play. Might once more winning the pistol, getting the conversions, and now looking a little less comfortable once the guns have come out. And it will be a half buy coming through for them. They have 2 players waiting, 3 in fact, on this B site. Smoking get blown away by Mason. He capitalizes with a frag off of that. Snakes does have the AK and will get one. And that could send Life's a Game packing towards the A site, you'd imagine. But with that frag onto Sandman and DJ now isolated, they can really go wherever they want.
Why does a Mag 7 look like it's a better gun now after the animations? It's just
it's weird, isn't it? It just feels more powerful. I don't know.
It's the illusion. That's what you want. Oh, what a swing from Brett. They are hammering this down out of the timeout. It's Wolf even getting involved, so hopefully he's all good. Looks like the chickens are still on the ground, John.
They're just chilling.
Okay, no, he was just sitting down. He was just sitting down. He was just minding his own business.
That's a pretty fluid transition from sitting to standing, though. Okay. He's got a little tail wag there. All right.
Immersive.
Chicken's looking good.
Yes, sir. See if they can bring it back to back. Sandman a bit more aggressive here into the spear end of Banana, and this is a lot of space that they have taken all the way up. They have, basically just purchased the top of car in 25 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, look, Life's a Game very comfortable on Inferno. They're picking into it 58.3% of the time, and they've won 3 of their last 4 against Derpy Diamond Dudes, Marsborne, and Party Astronauts. Those were wins. Did have a loss against Marsborne in this tournament, 9-13, but Marsborne's one of those teams we kind of expect to move forward into those playoffs, which they already have. And they are a decent Inferno team. Life's a Game, though, up against Might will have the advantage because Might have only played it 1 time over the last 3 months. And okay, we'll get back to that stat. DJ's going to get the opener. Mason gone, 48 seconds left. Now Life's a Game are trying to move in. DJ traded out, but it costs Andrew a lot of health here, Mark.
They're aware of somebody going here. Could have seen the shadow of Snakes right now. And it would have to be a perfect spray on that FAMAS, and that's awfully a hard task. But again, this is like where you had LAG in the post plant before over on A that Might resisted going for in the 2 versus 3. They have no HP here on Andrew and Brett. Literally exactly the same.
That nade could have been used so much better, though. I mean, like, it just gets thrown. I don't even know where it was intended to go. But anyway, Jared's going to get one after Wolf finds the opener. And Andrew's last one standing. They could still win this regardless of the util being tossed in the way it was. Andrew, can he clutch this out? Jared's going to toss smoke onto the bomb. Andrew wins the fight, loses the next. Is there time? Do they have a kit? No, they don't.
Maybe on the body of Jared, he was looking for it.
It's too late, even if there was.
No dice.
Die.
Ooh. Just barely breathing. That would have been even more sour. But, man, I mean, definitely one that Might are going to watch back here on the stream and, probably see that type of HP and kind of kick themselves for. I want to know, though. I know that the players are actively doing their job. They're in a series, John, but let's think outside the box here. Do something for the viewers. Go inside of church in the next post plant, right? And set up a very flashy retake with these new windows. Just eyeball the names. For the fans, is what I'm saying. Sandman and Mason, they're cleaning up on aisle 1. This is a little bit more than just a bit of a, upgraded pistol force buy. There is something really to this. And look at this push in alt middle by Mathios.
Mathios. Red should be good here. Okay, he's running away. Mathios hears that, so maybe a chance to pop his head up and see what he can find. Inox on the other side getting Sandman. They're trapped now. Here's the flank. Mathios not being watched for. Hits the headshot. Bomb drop. And he gets the follow-up too. Mathios, high ping and all. Trying to clutch it all himself. He will eventually be put down. Still a full minute left for Andrew. He knows that there probably is at least one on this B side. Could be two. So he can just head back to A. He's got the time to do it. We'll see what he decides. And it appears as though he's just going to commit himself towards this B site, Mark.
I mean, are we sure this guy is not in the United States? But that's a different question
seriously.
for a different moment, because it's Andrew we're questioning right now. Sub up to the clutch. Got to mount the output of the super sub. We're on the opposite side's jersey. A quick flick, and now you're going to be forced to fight out here. But it's Jared that approaches and gets that one down with B-Nox. That transitions to his 12th kill. Way to start here for the Opper.
That's Mathios right there. Perfect timing, patient. That easily just could have been a nothing burger, right? Where he just pushes out from underpass and gets fragged immediately if he goes at the wrong time. But he waits. He uses all of his senses effectively, hearing the footsteps going into the distance, and then pops around that corner when no one was watching. It's two beautiful ones, and that sets up Might for that round victory. Finally getting one. They're first in the last 5. But money should still be decent here for Life's a Game. They've got the 2 Galils, the 3 AKs. Good amount of util, but not as much as Might. Smoke's going to get tossed arch side here. Mathios throws the incendiary. Bonux waiting with the AWP. And Jared got the first. Yeah.
The right plate. At least gets one there, but now can communicate that there is a second part about this and that these players are close and committed. They have to go and undercut this through lane right now with the bomb in their backs, and it's all going to come down to just taking the fight straight up. They don't have a Molotov out here for Jared, so he gets taken out back, and it's now going to be up to 14 HP within 8 for Sandman, and they've just got to find clean cuts, and they do. It's a great headshot onto Mathios right now, and they can set up a bulletproof post plant as long as these smokes are up.
Felt like Might had this one on lock and key, but again, you know, Life's a Game. Scrambling around.
It's a good setup
to get this plant. It is a good setup, but the health is the concern. Luckily for them, there are no nades on the other side, but one bullet for each of them, and it's curtains. Snakes circling around the site, trying to find the Andrew. It's a beautiful headshot. That could be enough. DJ's gone as well. The low HP didn't matter. You're absolutely right, Mark. That was a fantastic setup, and everything went the way they could hope for. 5-4 in favor of Life's a Game.
Well, I mean, it goes too well, right? Andrew just finds success getting both of those shots. It's meant for the repositioning to not be expected. Sandman in the same place could have just popped out there, but it's not even needed. That's what we were talking about in the previous round, potentially Andrew having to, match the output of Mathios. Does up to take the the lead back for Life's a Game right now, as it's kind of an awkward stroll back. Keeping 2K per player, not a lot of utility here for Might. They better hit these shots. That's Deadeye right on. Good approach.
Mathios. Beautiful approach.
Like a 40 ping peak, man. I can't believe it.
There's just no way he's an NA.
No, there's no
0.
way. There's no way. I mean, Jared confirmed with me earlier that he is playing from EU, but it just looks too clean for a guy like him right now.
Yeah.
White Navi Jr. was interested in giving him the go about it. Obviously, some rumors in the grapevine, John. Navi Jr. might be getting signed here, but nothing official yet. All down to the conversation. Wolfie had something to say.
It's been some pretty tightly contested rounds here over the last 3, and this one's no exception. We have Jared waiting in pit. He's alone, though, so Might leaning more heavily towards the B site. If Life's a Game get Jared without losing a body, then this gets pretty scary for Might. Jared needs to collect at least one. That Molotov is so good, but they still get one. Matthews,
Oh, no,
I
Jared.
think from Moto. Jared's dead to the Molotov. It doesn't matter for him, but it will at least be a frag from Matthews, his second on the round, to keep things within reach, Mark.
It's the rest of Might. They're going to have to fight here, even if Jared's did go south. Posted up right now, it's Andrew and Wolf. They're going to have to stand up. Andrew again up for a clutch scenario here on A as one get lifted up to the second. That's too big of a challenge here. Wolf is going to be challenged to face this straight up. They're trying to find him all the way vertically with the block bolt. He just goes ring around the Rosie, and that's how Wolf likes it. A 1v2 clutch right here as he is feeling it with Life's a Game.
God, when you pull out that pistol now with the new Glock animation, you feel like a badass, honestly.
Yeah, you
It gives
do.
you that confidence, right? I feel like it does. Anyway, 6-4 for Life's a Game. Wolf with a fantastic 1v2 clutch. So much pressure on. In those situations, oftentimes you just see the one player who's left get overloaded and not know where to look. But Wolf isolated the 1v1s even with all that pressure being applied. So full credit to him. As Life's a Game, off of that, we'll call a timeout to cool things off in the comms. But we've seen some very crazy rounds, as I was saying, between these two squads. Now, this is what I wanted to bring up earlier, though. Might played up against Marsborne. They didn't look bad, you know, on their CT side. They got 7 rounds, and I think they had a 7-5 lead going into the second half. And then the second half, they got 0 T rounds, Mark. 0. They got wiped away when they switched over to the attacking end. So I'm hoping for Might that won't be the case here today, as they are looking all right on their defensive end. We go into the second to last round of this first half. Molotov going to sail in from Wolf, and they go aggressive in towards alt mid. I don't mind it. Wolf opens up that squeaky door, and we'll slip back in towards T Apartments.
Thinking about it on B right now. And B-Knock serving him up right now to try and lay down a third. He's up too quickly. Here aggressively as he walks the ladder. That's exactly how it's meant to be used, John. That's wonderful.
Oh. I mean, the trade's back, but you're right. I mean, it's just so cool seeing that change already coming into play here in this match. 2v2 again. Life's a Game so low in terms of health, and it may be too tall of an ask this time if they can't get this bomb planted in time, but they will. All right, now they can settle up into this post plant. Brett just waiting on Fountain, but oh, Brett's gone, and so is Wolf right before him. It will be Mike picking up a 5th.
And like, you know, not to be a nerd, but you can see how there's a lot more angles to take for Might there as they swing into a much deeper coffin position. Seeing some of these changes absolutely on this B site. What a round, John. That's a very good put out for Might as well. They're trying to lift themselves up at the end of this half. And this Inferno looks really competitive for both of these sides right now. And that's when Inferno's at its best.
Definitely. I think one thing, though, and we have to keep an eye on in the second half, is that Might doesn't play this map. They just don't. They've only played it that one time up against Marsborne in this tournament. So I don't know if their T side's going to be good. That's the tougher part of Inferno, not the CT side. You can just post up and kind of take those fights banana. It's pretty cut and dry, but once you get over to the T side, you need some good strats in your strat book. Matthews. Oh my god, look at this damage done onto Life's a Game. They don't have that great of a buy-up, but they have 4 players towards half health.
Broke down. It's going to be so awkward for him to try and respond. It's one man on an island, and Jared looks like he's living. Let's see how long he can continue this. He gets caught all the way up, tripped. Snakes that will try and go even further on the Tech 9. It's going to be so low here for Mason in the pit. He's got 6 health here, John, and they can't really even secure the bomb plant. It's out there in lane, and a safe cross, now that's out of the thought. A nade out, and it's a lost opportunity here. Mason is going to have to be perfect, as now he is saw on the pitch. A reload here.
No
not
way.
A chance you want to give away to Mason. 2 impossible clutches here on this map only, or in the brand of LAG. How the hell are they winning these rounds, John?
Twice from the same spot from pit. They're just dominating in 1v2s from that position. Unbelievable. That time, arguably more difficult because Mason runs out of bullets in the A1S, pulls out the Tech 9, and taps his way to victory up against the rifle, which has the advantage at that range. By all means, there's no question. Wow, Mason, great work. 3K on the round. Life's a game. Get a 7-5 edge going to the second half, and now we'll see if the problems arise for Might again on the T side.
Definitely gonna, I appreciate these 20 seconds, especially for the casters. This has been quite a roller coaster of this Inferno. You can tell there's a, level of excitement about us today that, I think it's more than just the matchups that are, damn really exciting as well. But, to have it dusted up here, I'm looking forward to, the Veto more than I've ever had of our next series after this. But right now we got quite a juicy Inferno on the line.
You got me thinking about that ex-Navi Junior roster, Mark, honestly. Talking about them
Zoogs is going to be so good. He's going to be so good,
yeah.
John.
I wish Makaze was still there, though, when they were picked up as a
Me
unit,
too,
right? That's the only thing I'm sad about. But at the same time, I'm curious who the new fifth will be. Like, who is that new guy? Do we know yet? I don't think we do, right? Matios was subbing in.
Yes, so. There's some alleged organization might pick up, currently has a player, whatever you know, Twitter people predicting.
Okay.
Hasn't been too accurate of a well recently, okay, speaking in general, but that might be a strong rumor. We don't really know yet. These dualies, they're shooting off, and Might are going quick off the block. They are sprinting all the way down here, right in this corner.
Oh
Andrew, they are pivoting off each other so damn well, but it's the IGL that's got 3 back for him, throwing it in their face. But quickly towards lane is where they're going to have to worry. Up for Mason right now, who just finished off the half a certain way, and he is going to want to keep his foot on the gas.
TJ's shooting today, I'll tell you that much. Mason, stuck between a rock and a hard place. That's gushed and finished off by Binox. That'll do it. Might win their second pistol of Inferno.
This is going to extend them, propel them into a really competitive second half. This is one that they can, even actually, where you had common ground, especially in the series versus Marsborne, and Might made it close, right? This is their opportunity to do that. And to be honest with you, we were talking about that Dust 2 probably could have been much more competitive. There was no life from Might in the second half. It was, put out from that 5-1 stint, and they ran away with it. But, if they're able to keep on to the energy here, obviously there's no tone like that Dust 2 going on right now. They're much more in this, and they seem more alive into taking it, especially when you have Binox playing the way that he is. Got to get Jared and DJ involved.
Worst spot coming through for Life's a game. 3 players waiting on this B site. Might have an inkling of something. I guess that's smoke pushing them back at this point. They'll send 3 of the 4 players packing towards bottom banana. Still a lot of time left, but it looks like they want to take this space into bracket, and that might not be a bad idea.
Reaction is a reaction. And that time, this is a smoke that I feel like normally wouldn't be lent out on a rifle round. They can tell that the vibe of this A site is probably one that's packed. They have numbers there in a chance that's, I think, trying to put up a pivot right now. What are we doing there at the top of first orange? Is it a new setup? Are we theory crafting on the fly?
They might be. They might be. Mason, bit of an off angle here, and after Mason get 2. Mason, another one, and 4v1 in favor of Life's a game. Binox, okay. 2 back. Still making it interesting, but didn't realize Brett was that close. You gotta keep the gun out, Binox, and he pays the price. Brett, with a beautiful round pulled together. Life's a game, immediately strike after losing the pistol to get an 8th.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously am serving that up on top of first oranges if it's, that has something to do with the like update or something, but like maybe that's a quirky little pocket setup that they would think to do. I mean, it really looks awkward on the X-ray there, but you see exactly how they find, Mason in their vision. They follow him. Andrew swings back. He does get a kill in that transfer. It's nuanced, maybe not the strongest, but it worked.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting. It changes.
Guessing.
It's such a small change, but it makes such a big difference on the takes, right? Like just the ability to get up on that box gives you another thing to think about. Usually CTs would have a player posted up on first oranges anyway, but I mean, in some situations when that isn't the case, or, you throw a smoke, you jump up on the box, and you can gain the jump on that player. It gives them another angle to look at. Brett is going to he's going to flick around for a couple of frags there. Jared does manage to get the trade, but look at the damage Brett did. I mean, Might or the walking wounded aside from Snakes. And there will be one of those wounded down for the count. Snakes is also very low on health at this point, and it feels like unless something magical happens here, Snakes will be done. He does get one, but he is the last one standing, and Mason ensures that doesn't last long.
The only person that got magic on this A site is Mason here tonight. Shooting hard here in the second half. He takes the lead in the way of the kills on the CT side. 15 on Brett and Andrew right now. A pretty good process here on the team project of LAG. They are 4 rounds away from putting out Might 2-0. That's down middle.
Oh, well, they're just pushing down mid. Our life's a game, taking some aggressive fight. Brett wins the first one, and there's a
Kaboom.
2K from the nade. Boom goes the dynamite. Mason going to get one, and Wolf the last one. There you go, Lag. They've got it.
That line hit 2 for 2, and it's all the way netted up for 10. That's a really good, pretty quick eco to get that down, especially where the positioning is finding Jared. I think he was streaking through alt middle. They just had that all the way put up. I don't want to read into it too much, but that's a very kind of terrible put out for Might to look lifeless on their eco round just like this. Beanox with op in hands now. To be honest with you, I think I would prefer to keep him on the AK on this G side of Inferno. Jared with an opener here on Brett. They do have life for it. Obviously, kind of got smacked around on those ecos here. Oh. What is going on with Andrew?
This is chaos.
Takes a great step. Absolutely is chaos, and it's actually Mike that's surviving.
Okay. Life's a game have the read now. They're sending their forces back towards A. I say that, but Sandman just doubled back to throw a smoke, and now he's going to go in to defend A. He wanted them to hear that smoke, which makes sense, to try and convince them that the B site is the one they're defending at the moment. And might want to slow down the pace just a touch to see what they can find. Mason's got the read. He's got a great read if they don't check for him. Oh, he doesn't look down, though. And now he's probably dead. No, they lose the fight, at least the first one. But Snakes will find the instant trade. Sandman now coming through from Library. He's going to be smoked off. He does get spotted right before that as well, Mark.
Bomb plant down real quick. And you're just going to be faded off it. Here goes a Molotov a bit deeper. Sandman turns this corner. This would be a huge opportunity for LAG to steal out any hope for Might right now, as this round has went well to this point. May not get eyes on right here, DJ. It's backing out into it. Sandman has made contact now. And it's all breaking out the chain here with the ball dragging along with Sandman. It's going to be a heavy heart that will drop as Might, they carry along to a 7th. It's Snakes that gets a 4K, and that is a great put out for him as he lights up on the rifle.
Yeah, I appreciate the effort there, coming through from Life's a Game in that 1v2. But, I mean, just it's so difficult, right? When you're trying to bait out a fight in one direction, you know there's a player in the other, and you're just kind of going back and forth, and Might actually played it really well, not to give any opportunities away. And they get their 7th, as you mentioned. Life's a Game. will have enough cash to buy up here. It's going to be the op and 4 A1Ss. Flashbang tossed. Brett backs off towards Arch. Nade sails in, but that won't really connect for any damage at all. And I mean, Andrew, look, great opener. He peeks down Banana, finds the op shot onto DJ. Matheos is trapped, and he will get flushed out by Mason's A1S. Mason happy to upgrade to an AK eventually. There we go. He grabbed it. And a 5v3 in full Banana control.
Your center with this still, they're going to move softly up 2 brackets and find a lot of space here that's given up by an LAG that, you know, has no reason to hold on to the room, given the player advantage as they're reaching out to every nook and cranny of this to find a little bit of space. Andrew should know that somebody's creeping about and does. Jared may have a line into the site briefly. Doesn't. There's a player in lane waiting for him, and Mr. Outback Jared, you are surrounded.
He is, but he still gets one onto Brett. An unlikely 1v4 clutch for Jared, and there we go. It ends. Mason collects his second scalp of the round, and Lag will get up to 11, 2 rounds away from ending this series and eliminating Might from Thunderpick World Championship 2025 North American Qualifier number 2. We already have one team moving on from North America in that first qualifier. That was Legacy, who are looking ridiculous since the major.
Yes.
Who
They
will be
were
the next
the
one?
wildcard invite to that, obviously. They're a team that does play in North America. They played in the last season of Challenger League, the last couple seasons, if I am correct. But yeah, man, went to the major. Nobody could take them down. We're shooting hard to ruin a Vitality win streak. Literally fresh off of, you know, playing Thunderpick not too long before that, man. But maybe, John, maybe we can get a real North American team. Maybe. Maybe.
Maybe, baby. We'll see. All right, well, back to this one. I mean, I feel like there's almost like an HDR effect to the lighting now of Inferno. It's really bright. Like they brighten up.
Yeah, I put on
this
my
map.
sunglasses halfway through this cast.
Yeah, no kidding. Kind of need
Just
them.
sitting here. Like evil fallen. Comes a flash up. You should be cool with this. Andrew and Mason to spar, and it will be Might just held up here. Pop tires. They are stand put. It is LAG all the way down, holding down with their foot. This is 12 rounds like this in a 5-round gap. They're sprinting to these playoffs, and they're leaving Might back.
Yep, this could be the last round here for Might in this series. Look at the buy-up. That is not pretty. You got 3 Deagles, a Tech 9, and a Scout. On the other side, it's everything you could want on a buy-up CT side, including the AK from a previous round. Binox eats the nade, goes down to 21 HP. A smoke toss by Brett, and he gets the smoke spam as well onto Binox, finishing him off. Brett looking to move into those apartments. Wolf watching mid in the meantime. Might slow up their approach. Brett takes a fight. Snakes down to 15. They're not gaining any advantages, our Might here.
They can see so much in Banana as well. They just know they got to turn up the DEFCON here on A, as what you can see is, well, you can feel one headshot through the wall that TJ serves up on that Scout, and Wolf, he's just found himself tipped to and through the fire, and it will be Sandman hit up right here. C sprints away with the AWP. What do you have on this, my friend? One shot, it's going to be whizzing right over the shoulder, and Brett's going to be on an investigation, and he's got his deputy with him right now. They're going to try and lock up this B site as quickly as it did come down. They are sprinting up this Banana. It is not even going to get into the site right here. Wolf is going to get this down 1v1, and DJ is all left alone. They waited a couple seconds too long, and Life's a Game is putting all up to Might's IGL to figure it out one last time. He's got a lot of green grass here.
He does. But look who's here. It's Mason. And he shuts that DJ down before he gets a chance to really rock and roll towards that A site. 13-7 in favor of Lag. They do take this one 2-0 mark. Well deserved. And I mean, look, Might had their moments mostly on the first half here. A little bit on Dust too. But here we thought they'd be more competitive going to the second half, although it feels like their T side lacked that conviction that we were worried about.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, it's, completely denied by that second round eco victory that was, thrown back at them by LAG, a chance to, put out a little bit of momentum because, I flash back to a bit of the mentality of where that, Dust 2 kind of ran away at a certain point in that CT side. They, really put the hammer down and were able to, I think, really prove that with rounds getting put out at the top of car like that. So many moments on A there that were, really glamorous, others that weren't, and, left it up to clutches that ended up being so flashy. So great moments there all around. LAG are, one of the strongest teams headed into the playoffs out from the groups right here. They're going to be joining the Coop, Marsborne to make it the 3 all the way out. But John, we got one more spot to hand out. We got the Empire and Aether waiting along.
Yep, I mean, that's going to be a little bit of a wait, guys, I believe. We got about an hour until that game starts, but right before it does, we'll be back at you with some pregame and analysis for that matchup. Before that point, though, as we mentioned, a little bit of a break. Keep it locked here on Thunderpick. All right, after an extended break, we are back here, folks, for the final BO3 of the day, and we'll decide the final team to make the playoffs at this point. We got Aether facing off against LycusEmpire. Mark, look, on the surface of this, it feels like Aether should have an advantage over this LycusEmpire squad. We're going to check out the bracket before we talk about it a little further, though, and we'll see how they got here. Supernova Comets, honestly, were close in both series, right? Against Aether and against LycusEmpire. Even took a map off LycusEmpire, but just couldn't get across the finish line on either series.
Yeah, I remember talking to you at the beginning of day
Yes,
2, and,
yeah.
and you knew my expectations for these comments, and I, was hoping that they were going to build upon what they did in Series 1. Very good results out there, and even through, I mean, they continued in the offseason, did really well at ESL Impact, placed second place, which was, never done before by a North American team. Obviously had been to another Fragadelphia since then, had continued to grind in the tier 2. Like, this is a team that has put in the work, but time and time again, we have seen them trip up in these pressurized series. And I mean, against Aether, they had both of those maps in the palm of their hands. And it was Aether that, sort of forced them out to like 13-11s, close little score lines because of really big plays by Arias. Namely, he went crazy in the official that we saw him right before this. So look, they're definitely going to be missing him, as we're going to be seeing Flo back into the server today. He recently took a step back from the team, and it was Arcade Juna that took that IGL spot from Flo, who did have the op IGL duties, worth noting. Rare in North America, John. Joins us today as sub on this roster.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, they're going back to the previous roster they had back in ECL, right? It's well, I mean, at least the core, right? So it's kind of curious. Obviously this probably is just a temporary thing. I would imagine Arias hasn't done anything to be removed from the roster, but here we are. Aether, I think they're still going to be quite effective despite the change that comes through. And I think that Misha was good, despite missing Arcade. Maybe they just felt like they needed an IGL in here, right? Because Arcade is typically the player that they want to move forward with. And he's calling the shots. So without him there, it probably felt like there was too much of a void. So they're just trying to see if maybe taking Arias out, moving Flo back in, is going to help them with their calling and be a little more consistent. Even though they did win prior to this in order to make it to this point, but that one loss may be ringing in their ears a little bit.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, it's one that's going to be kind of on the menu for you, and be one that's up to actually be the discussion, right? We flip the page and we take a look at the Magic-led squad out here. The duo of Tabit and Nightblade have been rocking this out for the last 2.5 years under a couple different names. Chill Guys, Claymakers, you'll be familiar with them. Frizzy, a former collegiate player over at Fisher College, had taken his stints over to ECL, over to Chicken Coop, where you even just saw in the same iteration, he was on that team with Binox. He made that way from Might as that team disintegrated, and Frizzy finds a new job as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, this LycusEmpire squad is, it's interesting to me. I think that it's a squad that has a lot of promise, some less known players. You talked about Frizzy being part of Chicken Coop, and I think overall, these guys have been playing more at the advanced level. Sure, there's been some moments where we feel like they've played pretty impressively, but overall, in my opinion, they're sitting near the bottom of the pack. I'm not trying to be harsh or anything, but this is a team that you kind of feel won't necessarily be able to punch up just yet. They might get there eventually, but right now, they're still kind of working their way up the ranks, and I feel like Aether is going to be a little bit ahead of them. That being said, Mark, I'm just trying to wonder whether either of these teams, can really compete against the playoff names. You got M80, you got NRG that are going to be going up against you in those playoffs. It's going to be tough one way or another, whoever makes it through.
Yeah, 100%, and I mean, where we crack into this veto is going to be even more of a question, because LycusEmpire are going to be striking up into an Inferno for the first time in a long time.
Yeah, no, they have not played that for the last 3 months. It's not even on their radar, at least not on officials here on HLTV. Certainly it's possible they've played it over in ESEA, but as it stands, not against some of the tougher competition here in North America. And, on the other side, you have an Aether squad that, you know, has been playing it not that much either, right? They only played it one time over the last 3 months against Tsunami, and they lost that one. So I think that's the reason why LycusEmpire are deciding to pick into this one. They saw that Aether have had their struggles in the past and don't play it that much. They're hoping that they can gain the edge and maybe looking at the changes on the map and saying, hey, this is pretty cool. Maybe we can capitalize on this and do some cool stuff. And then you have Dust 2 coming in afterwards, and this makes perfect sense for Aether. It has been their bread and butter, 4-1 record, 80% win rate. This is the map that they came up with a win against the Blue Jays on, and it was a 13-5. It was very clean, so I think there's tons of confidence here for Aether. If we need it, we will end up on Train, and I mean, that I feel leans heavily to Aether because it's 0-3 for the LycusEmpire here, and they just lost to Chicken Coop 2-13.
Yeah, they lost bad a couple of times here on this train. It was ugly for them in the process, but look, it was actually, I mean, Super Evil Gang, one of the first teams I remember like picking that up in ECL. I mean, it was kind of weird around there, and that's where like I'm going to bring the conversation back to, because I mean, it hasn't even been since like ECL, since this LycusEmpire team that was under LFO at the time that is like played this Inferno. Like Evan Call was on the roster the last time they played it, so they must have packed it away, had been working on it. Obviously, as we've stated, if you watch the best of 3 prior to this, one hell of a day to bring out this Inferno, obviously fresh off the update here. But there's where our expectations probably lie, is because look, man, I mean, you know, we talk about it, unknown players over here on Lycus, but like they were the regular season warriors of ECL because they were like 6th or 4th, I believe. I think it was actually 4th place that they got in the regular season because they were grinding some of those best of ones out, John. It was crazy.
It was actually 2nd place. It was actually second in the regular season.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? Like they kind of fell flat on their face in the playoffs for, you know, kind of probably being harsh. That's sort of what happened. They had a, you know, bold challenge versus Nouns, and I believe that was, you know, when Evan Caw was kind of stepping down. So they were fading away kind of as a team at that point. But, you know, back together as a unit. They're hungry and they have a chance to push their ticket all the way to the playoffs. And it was kind of an opposite affair. It was a really rough go about it. Relegation for the Super Evil Gang out there in the Challenger League. So that's kind of where we're placing our foot in this. Obviously, you know, they have 3 out of the 5 players of that in the server, Micro and Tender. They have reached larger feats in many different competitions.
All right, well, engagements here towards the B site. Aether shutting everyone down, and, well, it's only Tabin left now after Clipsera gets a bit of overkill with those dualies. Tabin walking up, pulls out the Glock, desperately fires away, and nothing doing at all. Does get one, actually, right before he dies.
Which we will absolutely take it. All the way intact for a CT pistol. And we'll see how Lycus are to set this up. Magic and the boys have been working on this, or so we think. No bomb plant there, but they're still going to go up with the buy, Tech 9s, and potentially a bold play called up.
Yeah, and interestingly for LycusEmpire, they are going to be competing in ECL Season 50, right? They got invited for the first cup, according to VRS, from July
Aether
2025.
might have been as well.
Yes, Aether did make it as well. They're both in it. So Misha and Flo are going to get a couple of frags here. Tabin gets one back. This is pretty interesting here on the force buy. See Tender doing work from pit 3K.
Nice.
Nothing at all going to phase him here as he gets a second for his squad.
They're showing up. They are really bold right now. This is a awesome notice to be put all the way on. So they're going to try and get this done. Yeah, okay, I'm double checking. They were within that relegation standing. But hey, man, the entire format got reset.
Yeah, it got reset.
And
That's
they
right.
got invited to the next thing. So who cares?
Yeah, exactly. Both teams, which is interesting. I'm going to be curious to see how that goes because, like I said, I feel like these are 2 teams that might struggle against some of the top tier of competition in ECL. And I'm not even talking about M80 or Wildcard or NRG in that discussion. That's just, you know, the, what's it called, the Marsborns, the bosses, you know, the getting infos of North America.
Ben Leeds
Float.
boss.
What's that?
The Ben leads of the world, leading their
Yeah,
boss. That'll be fun to watch.
That boss team could get very scary very fast.
I agree. Unfortunately, when the VRS came out for this tournament, Blue Jays were not like officially a roster yet, so that's why they're not here, and they're looking damn dangerous in this North American scene. It's you know, PA out, but you know, we better focus on the good in this North American space where there, you know, maybe a little bit of negativity sometimes.
Absolutely. Do like what the Blue Jays are bringing to the table. Did make it to the grand finals of the Inner Revival series.
They made it there. That's for sure.
They lost, though, to M80. It was quite decisive. Just how this round is decisive in favor of Aether. As Frizzy falls to the ground.
They're going to be, honestly, serving that up at a very nice notice because now you're going to be rolling right into your first gun round, and it doesn't really feel like you've let Aether kind of overpower up in this matchup. And you know what, man? I mean, I don't know what the circumstances are here for Aether. I'm sure Arias will be back in, you know, as soon as that, you know, does conclude. But I mean, who knows if it's, you know, for the rest of this tournament or what have you. Technical pause right here. Doesn't look like we've lost anybody yet. But Flo has a really interesting story here, JRT. This is a guy that was playing the I'm gonna get close. Okay. He was playing the other FPS, man. I don't approve of this activity, okay? But it can be forgiven, okay? And that was around 2021 to 2022. And you may remember an organization called Team Omega. I believe they like had a couple teams go to Frag, had a team in advance for some time. But nonetheless, in season 50 of the like regular ESCA circuit, was playing main and was on a team that was 8-6 called the Boiler Boys. Okay, quite a team.
Boiler Boys.
And then yes, he was lifted then to the advanced roster, was a rookie op IGL for the very first time in advance, and then made Challenger League.
It's a wild run.
Storybook close.
Well, he's back here with Aether now. At least for Thunderpick. Frizzy loses the fight with Tender. That was a very clean engagement from Tender. Frizzy really had no chance at all. Now that push towards the B site gets a little bit scary for Aether. They've got the smoke up. That's from Flo. Nightblade in the meantime, moving into arch side, checking out Moto. Sees a player but can't connect the shots. Does move in. Lots of footsteps made, and what a peek from Tender. Nightblade erased. 1 minute left on the clock for LycusEmpire to recompose themselves, but Aether appear to be gaining the advantages every turn. Now they've lost one as Flo gets sprayed down by Tabin, and that leaves the B site a bit on notice.
Smoke does miss. Kind of looks like.
Missed by a long shot.
Can't hit them all. You'd certainly prefer it. Fortunately, Vincent made a harshly timed joke. Said the Nade Police was out of a job. Austin is out of a job. So is Cameron OG Wizard, like we discussed earlier. Those guys going to be on teams real soon, so we're looking forward to it. But you would definitely be in cuffs for missing a smoke like that. Magic taking it to the next level here, and he has got Micro out of the conversation. So Tender gets to go down, sees a man with his gun out, gets a free frag.
4 seconds left, no time. Yep, just has to run. He's got the round. Aether win it. That is a misplay coming through on the side of LycusEmpire, really, because they had the 2v1. It felt like they were gaining that advantage towards the B site, but they couldn't compose themselves and completely overlooked the possibility of a player being towards CT, right? I know the clock was against them a little bit, so they're trying to hightail it towards the B site, but that's a freebie coming through for Aether. And then afterwards, they just can't get to the site to plant the bomb anyway because there's just no time. 4-0 for Aether. Here comes the buy up again for the LycusEmpire. 2 Galils, 2 AKs, the Deagle. This is already trending really well for Aether, though. It's really strange, actually. Oh, maybe I'll talk about it after. Flo's going to win the first one against Doom. Gets traded, or at least Clubzera gets traded, and Flo's going to get that 2K. 4v3 in favor of Aether. Still one player engaging, and Tabin wins the fight. Takes a lot of damage, but again, this B site vulnerable.
Yeah, keeping it bleeding here. A flash right over. They're trying to tease it. Micro to get the space needed. Misha up top, trying to connect these shots, and does. First out of the 2 subs here in the server for Aether. They're trying to make it happen when most notable. This is their route to the playoffs and a placement that they worked so hard to get. A dogfight of a 3-mapper last night versus the Comets right here. Quick scope out from Micro. Now it's all down to Tabin at this type of HP. This stop might be his last here in round 5.
Tabin. Oh, well, he moved at the right time. Util misses him, but the bullets won't. Misha ensures that Tabin is forcibly removed from this round. 5-0 in favor of Aether. Bomb plant at least will ensure a buy-up can come through for LycusEmpire, but they need some rounds and fast. Looking at the engagement, I should say the matchups that I was going to say LycusEmpire have had recently, the results are surprising because we talked about how dominant they were in ECL last season. I mean, these guys were absolutely on a tear, known as looking for Oregon. In the playoffs, didn't look good in the BO3s. In fact, didn't end up playing in the lower bracket because one of their players couldn't make it to the match. But I mean, recently, look, losing to Boss, 2-0, not really close, lag, not close at all, to a 2-0 loss, and then Chicken Coop also, same story, 0-2. I mean, did win against Supernova Comets, but these are teams that they were beating previously, you know, the caliber that they were competing well against. Anyway, Misha is going to knock a head off, and that's the second of the round here for Aether. There is one response from Nightblade. We'll see if that's enough, but oh my goodness.
Prize.
Wow, oof. Tender's looking good.
Mighty fine, that's for sure. 9-0, hard to beat. In a 2v4, he sees back comfortably all the way to apartments. I really appreciate you adding that context because I think I missed the part where, unfortunately, they were missing their lower bracket matchup due to an asterisk of that content. I think I serve up their playoff loss to be a little bit more harsh than, you know, maybe it actually was. Tender here. Now, that is damn bull. That's pretty harsh to pull all the way across. But yeah, I mean, that's definitely a bit of a bummer, especially for the season that they did have. But they ran into a Nouns that had nothing to lose. They had Peeping. They had, like, everybody that wasn't supposed to be on the team, just, like, one final dance. It was great.
It was. They looked good, too.
Because they were the runner-ups, and they did beat Legacy too. It was so crazy.
It was. That was a wild run. I mean, Legacy before they, you know, kicked it into major gear and tier 1 play, basically. Now they're becoming a tier 1 roster, which is wild. But yeah, no, I agree with you. It was really crazy. Yeah, I'm happy for them. Honestly, it's great to see.
Out of the closed qualifier, obviously you mentioned it earlier. They were our wild card invite. Excuse me. To the first edition of the North American Thunderpick series here this 2025 season, and they took it by Brazilians. If North American wanted to stop them, they would have. They did not.
No, I think they wanted to stop them, Mark. They just couldn't.
They did. They did want to stop them. That is correct. Tender, Micro, back-to-back. They're serving it up. Tender yet to go down, and I'm not sure when this is going to happen. Caster curses avoided. Oh, just crossed up.
No, it's
on the
not.
court.
You cursed him.
And he's done. My fault, guys. My fault, guys. Tender, it's not personal. This one maybe happens to be Doom versus Micro. It's the IGL matchup that we've served up, and they've served up a post plant, John.
I'm gonna DM Tender. I'm telling him.
Don't do it. Don't do it, bro.
I'm doing it right now. No. Going back into the action here. Doom and Nightblade are absolutely on notice. Both players' positions known, I believe. Nade. Okay, killed them both.
Do it.
Oh no, it's thrown too far. I think he wanted to dunk it in, but he missed the toss. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The bullets do the job, and it will be Aether picking up a 7th on the defusal. Would have loved to see a nice nade there, but it just doesn't happen.
Yeah, they chased him down before it could land and be potentially confirmed. Tender's free, put to an end finally. He's got plenty of cash behind him, even some enough to serve up his IGL op what he deserves. 7-0 for Aether right now. This is better than I could have imagined.
Yeah. It's been a downward slide for LycusEmpire, unfortunately, and we're seeing it again here up against Aether. Even with the 2 subs, right? Even with Misha and Flo in the mix. Aether's still looking good. Nice flashbang there, jumping up and down. Doom finally connects on the frag against Clipsera, although both players were flashed momentarily. Micro gets that incendiary tossed in for top banana, and that will push the LycusEmpire back. Lots of damage done to Doom and Frizzy, though, below the half health mark, so it's still, despite being a man edge, Aether can get back into this.
Getting a little bit of brackets respect. What they've earned at a minimum. Walking this far in these shoes. Misha toned up at this type of angle. They allow them to try and hall spot here. We'll comment on how that gets to be a little bit differed in a moment, but a floating AK, that we do see.
What did Valve change? We saw the floating bomb that couldn't be picked up before. Now we got a floating AK. This is, the physics have been messed with or something. I don't know. What? All right, well, let's hope that gets fixed very quickly. Either way, Aether cannot find a band-aid solution to this round. They will just be saving the the AWP, excuse me, and the A1S. It is their first round loss. And it was pretty decisive. I mean, I felt like Aether had a decent setup. Micro was going to collect a frag here, maybe a second. There you go. That's $150 now total in terms of frag bonus for the whole squad. That might make a little bit of a difference. What I was going to say was their setup on A was actually pretty decent. They had the player, you know, on balcony. They had one on the site, a crossfire setup. But I appreciate that LycusEmpire isolated the balcony player who ended up in pit very, very well. Like, they sent 3 players in that direction, and Misha wasn't really close enough to punish. He was at headshot, and he just couldn't connect the shots, and obviously lost sight of them as they jumped down beyond the truck and into the pit to finish off his teammate, and he wasn't far behind after that.
Micro just hit some flashy shots right on the back end. He's pretty confident. Take advantage of step early. Not going to be too committed to it, though. Flow. Got to sit right on the numbers, and for his demise, out to 42 right now, and an audible Q. He's going to be right into the corner and cleaned. It's Frizzy to find the entry.
That's some very nice utility usage coming through from LycusEmpire. They throw a couple of Molotovs to trap him in the corner and then just flush him out with the bullets. 5v4 in their favor, and they're slowing it down. They got a lot of clock to work with. No reason to rush here. Getting their util ready to be tossed forward. Misha, along with Clipsera, waiting patiently on this B site, as the other 2 players for Aether are standing still, pretty much still statues, waiting for the engagement on the other side. They don't know where they're going to come from yet, do Aether, but it's going to be B. It almost has to be, with all the util being committed here, Mark.
On the run soon is going to be Micro. Right now, what they have is what they're going to have to work with. It's Misha and Clipsera who take their chance and are absolutely put out of their class. Post plant going to be cemented here at a point at which Micro and Tender shouldn't even attempt. They get closer than I prefer. Let's see what they're up to.
Looks like they're just trying to hold for exits, perhaps. Get a little more money in their bank accounts, even though their money's already looking good. A couple of players leaving. In fact, 3 out of here. A little bit early. A little too early. Oh, no. Is there a smoke here? There isn't, but there's a flashbang. They're going to toss forward. They can get this defusal. What is happening
No
here?
way.
Go defuse
No
the
way,
bomb.
John.
They have it. I can't believe this, Mark. I can't believe it either. Do they get the frag? Okay, they still got it, but that is despite themselves. Honestly, if there's a smoke there, that round is finished, and they've got it under their belts on the Aether side. I don't understand how LycusEmpire doesn't leave at least 1 player within striking distance. They had to panic push that back just to desperately spray down the player defusing the bomb.
Rookie stuff, guys. I'm afraid to say it. You can thank Frizzy so much there for having the agility to get all the way back in time, land a quick shot, and avoid disaster. Aether there, just an absolute thorn in the side of the Empire at every turn. And they're about to turn it up to the max if they can. This is a point at which Lycus could actually pivot on it a bit more. I mean, if they would have lost that round, it would have been, their entire opportunity to turn around the rest of the half. Thankfully, like I mentioned, we are not in that reality.
In another timeline, LycusEmpire lost that round. But not here, like you said. clipZera and Flow gonna get flashed out here towards Banana. Doom gets the first and the second. A little too eager to take that fight where Aether, and now their offer's at risk. Micro, tried to play ahead of the smoke, but has to back off eventually. They're just gonna charge on forward, get that bomb planted, and he has no sight lines at all. May hang around a little bit, but that lurk could also be very dangerous. That's Nightblade. I imagine Aether are going to just save at this point because they're trying to hunt down the lurk. They can't find him. Ring around the rosy. There we go. Finally, Misha will get the frag onto Nightblade, but that is only to secure the save. It will be a third now for LycusEmpire.
Last night, it was our man, Nightblade, who was the MVP of the series. 50 frags, 88 ADR. A really nice output against the Comets when it mattered the most there, JRT. LycusEmpire, they grinded it all the way back. It was a third map that, was cemented up. It was quite a series where all the way down, I mean, it was that Dust 2 that you met even where the LycusEmpire were going to be able to catch themselves. That's common ground for either of those groups. And it's LycusEmpire that found the better of the Comets again.
th round of play. Here come the Molotovs from LycusEmpire. Aether hoping to rebuff them here and stop the momentum that LycusEmpire have built up. There's Micro connecting on one. Do they expect the player on the other side? Probably, you'd imagine. Flashbang's out. And now Aether just deciding to double back, which is the right call. They don't want to give anything for free up towards LycusEmpire, and Micro readjusting into Moto. Now he's moving towards Arch, throws the smoke, and backs off. He'll be waiting a little bit longer, you'd imagine, but no, reaggresses instead. That'll be Tender, in fact. 3 players on this side of the map. For
Tell
Aether.
this Arch positioning is tense.
Yeah.
And it's the play that which they wait for. They're going to turn their eyes here as soon as this fades and see the bomb on the back of Doom right now. Frizzy just across this lip, and it's Micro that will have to just re-equip and potentially for a third, just a hair off the mark there. A triple in totality. And now clipZera.
Oh, this is such a good spot. Oh my god.
Hide in between the lines. JRT, he does it so well. They're trying to sniff him out. They can tell there's another sense about this, but can they find with a blood will drop? clipZera drops a double and a full house between him and Micro, John. What a output from Aether to bounce back.
Honestly, that smoke was a boon for clipZera. He just waits behind it. And, LycusEmpire, to their credit, wait, something's weird. He might be here. They spam through it, but he stays alive long enough for them to be like, maybe not. The doubt's in their minds. And right as that happens, right as they just start to move towards a graveyard, is when clipZera activates and does all the damage. There you go. 8th round found for Aether. And, of course, can't forget the output from Micro, getting frag after frag with the AWP. 3, in fact, from that position at Moto and Arch side. Now LycusEmpire in the last round of play are hoping to get a response. The nades sail through. clipZera in the smoke again. He loves hanging out and trying to be sneaky, but eventually they have to back off. Oh my goodness, the health is bad. They waited a little bit too long to fall back and had to run through the fire and the flames, and now only 20 HP combined amongst them.
Whilst they wait. Rio back here on this site. Blow, smoke in the pocket, cannot drop it. They're going to think, we just got a single member site right now. Let's pounce on it, especially with the details right now. They think it's empty. All clipZera has to do is play to the surprise. Can't line them up for Lycus' demise. It's finally Frizzy that punches in the digits, but Micro was ready to go, and it's fast around Banana, but a little bit too late, and finally met. It should be a lock and an 8-4 here, regardless of the Hail Mary attempt that it is.
Yeah, just too much damage taken in the early part of the round there by Aether. And I mean, you fall back, you have 2 of your B players down 20 HP. Yes, you have that surprise element. I agree with you, Mark. It could have activated, but Clipsera was one of the low players. He was that surprise element with 2 HP left. And while he did have an opportunity to strike for a couple, the box got in his way of that second one, and he could never wrangle his spray down to ensure that, Aether would have a better chance at retaking the space on that B site. Anyway, still a very good half from Aether, right? 8-4. LycusEmpire got a bit of a recovery on the latter part of it, but I would overall say that Aether did exactly what they needed to on that defensive end as we head to the second half of action.
LycusEmpire was awfully good, shooting about 80% in those pistols yesterday. Only one that the Comets were able to grasp there at the end of Dust 2. And you know what it took, Don? It took an empathy ace, all right? It could be good in these pistols. This could be an opportunity for Lycus to turn it around here as they get the keys to the CT side.
Oh, Nightblade's going to get that opener on Clipsera. Hoping that they can continue finding some rounds here, building off of the last... I think they won 4 of the last 5, right? On that first half, so they want to continue their winning ways. Tabin, though, will not continue anything as Tender drops him with a few well-placed shots from the Glock. And now, Aether's got a lot of space to gain here into B. Only one player in that direction. They know things are potentially a little bit messy in brackets, so B feels like a comfortable choice. They would not be wrong.
Shoulder on that. 50 seconds, and now it's essentially been signaled. Magic, how many can he steal right out from under him? Just currently a single, but it is ready to go. That is such a significant find, and it will be Aether laughing about it. This bomb is going to go down here at the back of the sides, and they are just avoiding it. 3v3, and Lycus got to bring their best right now.
I'm already getting used to that new USP reload, honestly. I feel like it's just going to be a matter of time till we're used to all the new animations and sounds here, Mark, like we were talking about before. Anyway, Doom is coming back in here for the retake. He gets 2. Low gets the response, but he's the last one standing. Should get flushed out by these duelies, and absolutely does. LycusEmpire continue their hot form here over the last 6 rounds and get a 5th on the board.
Huge plays that are not going to stand in anybody's way to get this down. It is Lycus that will go ahead and get this done. Talked about those pistols being an opportunity. They were certainly right in front of our face right there for Lycus to take them and go ahead and see if they can bring their best here. I don't really know if there's an opportunity for Aether to live large right now and try and upset, but it seems like they're reaching for something.
Aether. Couple of Tech 9 spot up. Nightblade's already going to cut one down. Here's all the footsteps. Communicates that to his teammate. Says, hey guys, just line up and kill them, please. And they will get most of them. Tender's still standing 18-5. Is he going to get this plant off? You got to be kidding me, Tender. A plant off in an eco round like this is already a coup. He might even win it. Tender gets the frag onto Tab and reloads the FAMAS. 3 HP left. He's going to need the ace clutch. No. Cut down by Doom. As Doom will get his lone frag on the round. Nightblade was the key one, but that's just the eco round where you get the bomb plant extra $600, and this buy all of a sudden looks way better.
Keeping the pressure on. I was going to say it probably wasn't going to get too crazy there, but look at how I'm proved wrong in a certain way. It's not absolutely so clear to it, but we'll see back into the course. We just have to acknowledge how the heat is continuing to be turned up. Even if the score is headed back the other direction, I think Lycus are going to be liking those numbers a lot better. They'll be taking it and maybe giving it a little bit more in stride so that it's not kind of throwing them off too long.
.130 left on the clock here. Aether taking their time in their approach here on their T side, but this is the first buy round coming through from LycusEmpire here in this second half. Or excuse me, not the first buy round. It's the first buy round for Aether in this second half. Got my wires crossed there. Micro. Looking to keep himself all straight. Good to go. No wires crossed there. At least you hope for the case of Aether. Magic. Around the corner, finds Micro, and Flow and Clipsera get a couple back. It's still evenly traded out, but I would say that Aether have the advantage here with all the space they've gained towards top banana.
Park right in position at the top of car, at least with Flow, who's got an entire utility set to at least keep this anchor here. I mean, it's not going to fool Nightblade. Not in the committed setup that they are in. They're literally going for an investigation right now. They're going to see backs crossing and turning right over to Arch. And what's the decision here? It's instinctive to just go for the fights. And Misha fades away. He's going to have to handle this all on his lonesome right now, as Flow is going to be just chugging in his direction. And they've got to be ready for a situation like this right now. It's all the way on Frizzy to try and just manage his expectations, his priorities into the site right here. And it's got it to a 1v1 and Flow. He just has to wait a couple more seconds, tapping right around that corner, and he's got that shot. Flow 1v1, and he's got it on. S on his chest. The super subs pay off. Flow and Misha, they are welcome to stay tonight because they are shining under these lights.
Yeah, beautifully done from Flow. I mean, there were low HP players, but that was a tough situation, a 2v3. Right? And they're trying to recover from it. A panic move. I don't want to say a panic move. Just very quick decision-making coming through from Misha. Addressing his attention directly towards the bomb site. Throws the smoke down to give himself some cover and gets the bomb planted while his teammates just hightailing it all the way over from the B site to try and join him. And eventually Flow does more than that. He wins the round for his squad after Misha helps him out with a frag before he goes down for the count. Very well done on the Aether side. Now LycusEmpire, because those first two rounds of the half, or I should say the first, 2 rounds where they got the guns weren't necessarily clean. They've ran out of money. Micro finds the opener here towards the B site. This should be pretty clear cut in favor of Aether. Nightblade does manage to collect a frag on the other side of the map, but Misha quickly puts him down. And now Misha's going to guard this rifle with his life.
LycusEmpire, they've been taxed at every turn. What a great look at the beginning of this offense, and I fully don't even feel like they've turned the page, opened the book too much. This has just been bloodsport efforts by Aether that have just been raw, taking the fights, controlling exactly the tempo, and exactly risen from where this started, which was a pistol round win the other way.
Micro the opener, Doom the trade. Stalemate towards Banana. In fact, I would argue that LycusEmpire have gained the upper hand in that direction. That being said, they may have overlooked a spot here into the apartments. Tender could blindside. Nightblade's pulling out util right now. Frizzy's trying to guard him. Nightblade pulls out the gun now, but it'll be a little too late. Misha capitalizes on that delay for a 2K. Tabin and Doom on the other side of the map are probably just going to save. Aether, get another one.
Backing this thing in for 11 and starting to feel like they're about to turn it up even further. 12 right around that corner that they got their eyes on, and it is going to be quite uncomfortable for Lycus here, because if they're not going to get it done here on this Inferno, where it feels like they were trying to pull a fast one, and right now they're just kind of out of the conversation, and round by round this scoreboard just trickling up. Keep in mind, it's way more familiar territory with a Dust 2 common ground somewhere where they can, probably find some identity back. But this right now is a struggle, and right now it's showing sort of why you're hoping that these CT sides can find a little bit more life in this Inferno.
'18th round of play. Aether want to snuff the life out of LycusEmpire. They don't want them to find anything here on their CT side or anything more than what they've already got. Couple of MP9s, 2 A1Ss, and the A4 clip. Zera moves in for a fight towards Banana. Flashbang toss, but then says, you know what? We're just going to toss that util and back off of it. LycusEmpire aren't even being aggressive. They've got the util, but they're deciding to hold on to it for the time being. As Misha, he spotted a player. He saw Nightblade. He's moving up, and the shots keep bringing through. Three headshots through the wall, and Nightblade just gets peppered down to nothing. Frizzy tries to retake that space, but Misha is just on one right now. Subbing in for the squad, but looking like he's a regular. Tabin, also his latest victim. Doom and Magic, last two standing, but they are on for a save again.
They're not even going to be walking back in this ring. Staying in the corner and getting cleaned up over there outside of B. You can see the refs, they're tallying this thing up, and it is not even close, especially when you stand in the ring like that. Some shots from Misha right there, hopping, into apartments, and becomes a damn landlord.
Well, Magic will get one onto Tender, trying to keep this gun alive. Aether are full chasing. They have nothing to lose here. Oh, there goes Magic. Burns alive. Barbecue by Micro. And Doom will get taken down a notch as well by that same man. Micro chasing down those last two players, and it's 12-6 in favor of Aether. One more round, and they've got this one, and this buy-up's going to be bits and pieces, Mark.
You see that peek by Micro Rep that right there sprinting through the back halls? That's going to be one that's reminiscent of the former career of Flo. That looks like a Valorant team straight up, man. I mean, this is how it's coming to Aether right now. They seem to have plot armor. I mean, Misha did in that last round. That's why Lycus aren't taking it anymore. They are going to bring it to you themselves, and it's an opener right there for Tabin, and that revenge is quickly brought back. Here comes a swarm of T-side players to sweep you up. Your map pick is thrown in the trash, balled up by Aether, who absolutely dominate right here. Tender to lead the pack with 21 frags in a group effort that shines.
Yeah, Tender was one of the best players on the server early on, but Misha and Micro were fantastic as well. Like you said, the whole group was great. And on the other side, LycusEmpire, there were flashes, towards the latter part of the first half, at the beginning of the second half, and then it all just started to fall away again. And I mean, it's been a story that's been repeating itself quite a few times for this LycusEmpire squad. And again, like you said, their map pick of Inferno, right? This is the map they wanted to go towards, even though they haven't played it that much. They thought maybe Aether are vulnerable. They're not. They looked great. And now we go to Dust 2, Mark. What needs to change?
I mean, we got to find a different type of energy, one that is reflective of some of the heights that, these chill guys, playmaker rosters, in the really deep runs they used to make, in advanced. And as we saw, they were rocking that chill guy's name for the majority of the last season of Challenger League, as much of us will remember. I mean, they did really well. Look, and they got to find that confidence that they, did have, rocking with that group with Evan, who's playing on a different team now after he stepped back. And to be honest with you, it was Frizzy playing really, really well when we saw him yesterday. So to be honest with you, I think that's a guy that can pump a lot of energy into the squad. I've seen this guy play on LAN with teams like Fisher College back in a kind of a long ways away, but guys don't change. Okay, this is a guy that I know gets excited when he plays and is absolutely going to bring some energy here when and if he can provide it right now for this Dust 2. I think this is where you need the temperature to be turned up, and I got to see a kind of, to be honest with you, it could be a great game to turn that right around from Tabin. That's what happened yesterday. They kind of got blown out on that Ancient, and then they, reached right back in the series. So
They're going to need someone, whether it be Frizzy or Tabin, to step up to the plate, especially on a map like Dust 2 where the individuals need to shine. And you look on the other side for Aether, everything has been fantastic for them. A couple of overtime wins against Supernova Comets and Tsunami. They beat the Blue Jays here. We already talked about that earlier. And against Chicken Coop, who have been very good on Dust 2, they pushed to overtime, lost 13-16. But if you look on the other side against Chicken Coop, LycusEmpire, they did win once against them, 16-12, but recently lost 4-13. So I don't know. It's a bit, I want to say it's a bit of a toss-up, Mark, but I still feel like given these results, given the way they're playing on map number 1, they're still the team to beat here. Anyway, we'll see if LycusEmpire can really get things together on Dust 2, but we have to wait until after this break. All right, we're back into it here. LycusEmpire up against Aether. Map number 2, Aether looked very, very good on map 1. Not too fussed in their 13-6 victory. And now we go on to Dust 2, which is their map pick, a map they're 4-1 on. You look over the LycusEmpire squad, Mark, and when they were known as looking for Org, they had Merle and I believe it was Evan you mentioned before, right? You talked about Evan a lot. I think... Oh, we'll get back to it now because the round is underway. Clipzera is going to get that opener and the follow.
Oh my
Tabin
gosh.
gets a couple back. You talked about Tabin being key on that Supernova Comets victory, and he will get 2 at least to open things up here, but his team has still found a man disadvantage because Nightblade is gone.
Tabin whips around, and now it's into a Frizzy scenario, who we were talking about as a potential character to step up here as we open up the plot to map 2. But that's still to be the question.
So, yeah, just to like finish my thought from before, Merle was their top player, 1.12 rating, right? He was the one that they looked towards to pop off. And Nightblade as well. Now, they lost Merle and they lost Evan, but Nightblade's still there. And, you know, Frizzy was joining up from Chicken Coop, this time in Chicken Coop, and you thought maybe he could do something impressive. I feel like Nightblade's really, although he has had his matches, he has had some good performances, it's just not been as effective as he was back when Merle was on the roster.
Yeah, Nightblade is a player that has received some criticism for some of these inconsistencies, but when the highs are high, it's damn good, you know, and where you can, you know, get this measurement up, you lose Merle, you lose Evan Kaw, and, you know, I really like bringing back this matchup of Doom and Magic, players that saw each other, you know, back on Hound. That might be an organization you remember from some of the times in NA, John. They had like a nice stint over there of 4 or 5 months, and I think you bring experience in where you're, you know, bring in Merle from some international experience. We'll hit resume on that in one moment. It seems to be a map 10 stir of the pot by Misha, who was quite hot to trot and seems to have that hand the same temperature here in this second map. But Merle was a pretty important player for them. And like I said, is a player that did bring in a good amount of experience, because I have seen some like Evan Kaw, you know, here and there. I played with the guy in like ESEA main like 12 seasons ago, but like I've seen him go on to, you know, pretty quickly, I think, join like 2 advanced teams, play like 3 or 4 seasons of advanced, and then we brought him to the squad. Like, he's at a pretty high rise and a pretty quick one. So he's back playing in the ESEA Elite Cup, I believe, right now with a team called SBE.
Yeah, he's finding his time in the spotlight, no question. That's potentially the cost of this LycusEmpire squad. We'll see. Tabin connects on one, but then gets flashed out. Gets another chance at it, but this is a bomb plant now, and Tabin has to back off and wait for the reinforcements to arrive. They're going to plant for Cat because they don't have long cleared out. Doom and Frizzy waiting in CT. They're relying on their long players to do something, but Micro's kind of keeping them on notice, right? Just by holding this angle, and then wins the fight against Magic, who's swinging on him. Well done. Now he'll back off because, you know, he's in the back of Tabin's mind. Frizzy and Doom, they don't gain any additional ground. This is a save.
A good way to shut this down. How much more damage is there going to be? Keep these guns out. Please save them.
He's dead.
I don't think you're going to have the damn choice. You already had that opportunity. You chose to stand. You folded. Maybe this op gone as well. Tabin has been flashy before. The 2 bodies will hit the floor, and to be honest with you, that is a cost they will bear. That's the op out of the hands of the CT side, and their pockets are empty. They could have 3 guns, including an op.
I'm going to be honest here, Mark. I think if LycusEmpire don't make a roster change, they could just fall into the doldrums of North America. I don't really see anything happening with this current iteration of the roster. It's not clicking the way they want to. And I don't know who needs to step out or in, but things are not looking great.
Tabin. He is still whipping this thing, maybe to potentially get a second here as he is alive, but not well for too much longer. Hey, you look good with that thing, Flo. It's almost like you had that thing in this jersey before. Was the IGL and AWP player here for the North American team, as he took a step back. I believe he got a work opportunity in real life that he couldn't just pass up. And that is obviously where we need to address the real life parts of the player. You know, we don't talk about that too much on the stream. And, you know, obviously it may not go to plan, but, you know, obviously things like that happen. And, you know, shout out to Flo for making hard decisions.
It's not easy, right? It's not easy. You want to follow your heart. You want to follow your passions a lot of the time. Some can. Some have to make the tough decisions and go in different directions. I still think Flo has a lot to offer here in North America.
Definitely,
you know,
definitely.
He's showing it right now. His opping has been good. Op IGLs are disappearing. They're a dying breed, like, because it's just so difficult.
We have one coming up to North America to join us here. Here, Otic and Woody are coming to a Fragadelphia here soon, I believe, out in Knoxville, Tennessee. So even that used to be a very common breed down there below the equator, but it is really not anymore. And like Woody's like the only guy I can think of off the top of my head that like still exists. You know, you can probably think of 5 scenarios where it's Art, hey, give your op to Zevi, you know, like something like that.
Well, I mean, Flo is not going to be op in here, though. Micro's going to go back to those duties. And, I mean, more of a point to what we were saying, right? The fact that, you know, IGLs aren't going to op anymore. They don't want to do that because they need to focus more on the calling, and it's just too much. Op is becoming more and more important. Map on, with all the map changes that are being made, overpass super critical, train as well. And for example, if Inferno is next to leave the pool and maybe they add cobblestone back, I don't know, you know, that would make it a very op-heavy map pool.
I like where your head's at, John.
There. Yeah.
Out of this beast sight, snap, blink your eyes, look away for a moment, and you'll miss the entries on this. They are so quick and clean by Aether. It is just heads above, like it's at the moment. And one where, as you kind of mentioned, it's maybe a little bit grim with, you know, some of the projections with this roster, especially where they, you know, reach such heights for players that hadn't in the past in ECL last season. And at a point where, you know, they've been maybe having some awkward outputs in other tournaments and opportunities, excuse me. They had kind of a shorter run out there in the Pro League qualification, did have some, you know, good stints out there. I even got to see them a little bit. Here goes a shot all the way down into spawn. Tavin finds it out, but I actually got to see them get, you know, kind of wrecked, for lack of a better term, versus LAG. And that's obviously a team that's going to be joining up into the playoffs for very good reason.
Oh, yeah. That's a team to keep an eye out for. No question about it. Aether might be as well. I would rank them below LAG right now. But we'll see what they can pull together.
Excited to see how those playoff matchups are going to shake out. You know, you may get stronger or weaker opportunities, you know, based on draw or however it shakes out, really. Tabit opens it up there. Clipsera pays the price, but obviously we have Comets, we have Marsborne on the line. Right before this, you just saw a ticket punched yourself by LAG. You got one more ticket to hand out. The golden variety. Or maybe it's red. It seems to be the Thunderpick North American theme.
Yes. We'll see which team is seeing red in this round. Certainly LycusEmpire might be with all the frustrations they faced over this map and even the last. Knifeblade. Gone. Tender just takes care of both. Makes it look so easy. Folks, it's not. Tender does eventually fall to Magic, but it's still a man advantage in favor of Aether. Now Magic's positioning is known. Information gained. Frizzy hanging around mid. Magic, oh my goodness. It's just being watched the whole way. Easy frag for Misha. Frizzy, nothing to do but save again. It was trending well in the early goings for LycusEmpire, but indeed they are the ones to fall again for a 6th time in a row.
Vitals keep really kind of getting lowered every single turn about it. This is kind of a disappointing look, to be frank with you, for a team with a really good playoff opportunity on the line. Really nice end there by Frizzy to find out every hunter within range. But, I mean, you know, we were even bringing up in conversation before, you know, the peaks of such players like Nightblade, you know, really consistent online and, you know, sometimes really would get those peaks going and, like, especially had good games that would bring this LycusEmpire team over the line. But, you know, has been a little bit rocky. We see him on Thunderpick here. And unfortunately, like, 0-6 right now is not the point at which you were at last night, the MVP of the series coming out against the Supernova Comets just yesterday.
Someone needs to step up here for LycusEmpire. Tabin kind of has been, and you saw Frizzy there keeping his gun, building up some cash for his squad in the process. Maybe this is the right time to push. Clipzera spotted. Frizzy will get the freebie. Does he fall back afterwards? Micro's already tagged down to 14 HP. Doom catches Tender. Okay, something may be materializing here for LycusEmpire.
Tabin finds Micro. And you're right, this could be it. This could be their first round on the board here. 10 frags deep for Tabin. Been working at this one for a minute, been chipping away. And now here's Catwalk revisited. Flow with an instant headshot. Now the floodgates open towards Cat. Nisha and Flow were the ones that were able to finish out the map there to go on Inferno, but they are just diving across the line for this, and this aggressive play can either make it or break it, and they go ahead and get it done as the first up for the Empire.
Yeah, I mean, the key there for LycusEmpire is ensuring that one player doesn't go out at a time, and they absolutely group up and then execute 3 bodies around that corner, and Aether just cannot line up the shots in time. Finally, the goose egg has been cracked here, and LycusEmpire get that first, but they need more than that. They need a string of rounds, right? This is very reminiscent of what happened on Inferno. It was a very nice lead for Aether. I think it was 7-0 in that case, and then LycusEmpire managed to string a few together on the tail end of the half, but still, they don't want to have to constantly be fighting from behind, and it's still a significant deficit. Money situation isn't great for Aether, but they've made it work with less. Magic, gonna get the headshot onto Clipzera. Nade sails through to try and chase him away, and that will do the job, but still another opener for LycusEmpire is a good sign.
As soon as this smoke fades upper, Micro may go a little bit further. The way he's cocking this smoke right now, that's toted as a lurk right here. And they're trying to at least kind of get a reaction out from this B lane, see what is here about it. And they're going to be aware of the 2-player position. And at least they know what they're getting themselves into now. It's going to be Frizzy up top, and he's going to be taken down. So opening kill is going to be put back into a fair position. That's an awkward door smoke, but one that they got to maneuver with regardless. 35, bomb yet to be planted.
Yeah, it's not too bad because no one's close. If they were closer, maybe it would have been a problem, but they quickly recycle another smoke in there and take care of it. Now, LycusEmpire, do they have the util? They have a nade, couple of flashes. Going for a boost up. I like this boost because you get a lot of visibility towards, the cubby and maybe a little bit into plat, but they don't get the visibility. Yeah, just below it. And Misha, despite being flashed, still gets the hedge onto Magic. Micro finds Tabin, and Nightblade is quivering in his boots. He will get one, but eventually you'd imagine get traded. No, he's still alive. There's no time though, Mark. There's no way. He can't win the round, even if he gets the frag, and he won't find that frag. Flow gets the last, and it is 7-1 for Aether.
They catch themselves falling after one round. You can call it barely a slip. It is a 7th on the board. and it's written right back. 10 frags here for Flow. What a map right now that Aether are trying to put through in a quick contest right now. A completely one-sided affair that you had on that Inferno. There was life. I mean, there was life there by Lycus at one point. On that T side, they were able to kind of turn around the half, see it out of, what they were able to make the most of the second. And, it was that pistol and then it was nothing else, unfortunately. So right here where you pull up beside it, it's the 7-1 scoreline. And at a point at which this is not looking really promising in the slightest of terms. But as long as we got to opt in the hands of Tabin, then there may be a way to find opening kills and convert.
Did get the opening kill in the previous one, but as you mentioned, that second part, the conversion was not there. No opening frag this time. Nightblade was just trying to set up some util, and Flo says, see you later. You might want to be a little faster next time. Tabin, in the meantime, is getting super aggressive. Should have a freebie here. No! Misses the shot, Tabin! Not like this, and Misha finds Doom afterwards, who's just trying to get in and make some noise. It is all falling to pieces here for the LycusEmpire, and they will lose the round handily.
Disaster, demise, and then death for the IGL down below. Magic can't believe what is happening right now here in this Dust 2. But there's always a positive end to this. There's always, I guess, light here with 8-4, but I think that's just an idea in the best case scenario here. I'm going to need more proof to the pudding. If I'm really going to be cheering for that, Micro going to get tagged up here. Same treatment out for Tabin.
What do you got, LycusEmpire? What are you going to pull off here? Doom gets a little bit antsy, maybe, going up towards mid, but backs off immediately. Nightblade, in the meantime, on the edge of this Molotov. I don't know how he's not taking damage. He looked like he was right in the middle of it, or at least on the edge of it, I should say. But no, he's safe. He's good to go. Question is, are his shots? Micro, hiding in the corner towards top mid. He's waiting for rotations or noise to be made after this A hit comes through. Look how far up Tender is. Just going to go straight up. They just flash out and hit the shots. Both players drop towards CT. Cap player also absolutely deleted. And we have a 5v2. This is just too strong from Aether.
A 2v5 now. I don't know really how to rate this. Aether are steaming ahead right here. And to be honest with you, where we were putting this conversation, I was putting it on results that, were months old, but, it's all that we had. I mean, Aether, besides tournaments like that, it's really been inactive, activity for them. Had opportunities to go ahead and kind of work it forward as they may. Dust 2 Eagle Masters, they grind it in as well. Lost to Tsunami out there, but I've been able to put in good practice. I've been able to get opportunities through that. And Aether are a team that you may compare with LycusEmpire from the end of the last season of Challenger League. Followed their directions and see that LycusEmpire, well, they've kind of faltered and one team has gone right back above. It's how you continue to grind. It's how that off season works. It's making sure that you have these details together. These moves have been made for Aether, and I mean, they're watching alongside, and I'm sure they're damn proud.
Oh yeah. Tabin, happy to get another opener here, but he wants to see those converted. Had them, I think, 3 or 4 times. Magic will get the follow-up this time, but he gets traded by Flo, just running and gunning with the P250. Micro the follow-up. Tabin's still alive. He's only got 12 health. He continues connecting shots, but eventually he is felled by Flo's AK. Frizzy and Doom, 2v2 up against Micro and Flo. Micro watching for the players to come from CT. Only sees a smoke, but throws a Molotov to delay the advance. It's a little too shallow next to that smoke, so it will fade a little bit faster because of that. There's the nade to blow the smoke away, but it won't really make a difference here, Mark. Doom is dead to rights.
Chained up right now. absolutely when they are against Flo, who is just doing exactly that, 15-3 and flashy while doing it. It feels like a deathmatch server because that's exactly where we're at. Dust 2 calls on that individual ability. Aether, that's how they got to Challenger League in the first place, is by calling on their experience, calling on their fragging power, and bringing it all in one.
Oh, Lycus are just desperate. I mean, they're kind of pugging it out, pushing every single angle. One goes to lower tunnels. Nightblade will catch Flow. Doom gets Tender, so it's kind of working at this point. They both fall back and think, okay, it's probably going B. They've got a player coming from T spawn, which could be the difference maker at this point if Aether don't activate soon. Does Magic have an angle here? I think he might. If he's watching for Clipzera, and he is, Clipzera still surviving. Now they know he's there, and could this really fall apart for LycusEmpire? Felt like they had all the right pieces in the right places, Mark. Oh, no. It is.
No.
It is falling apart.
Oh, and it has fallen. It has fallen.
Oh, man. The Empire has fallen.
2 subs, too many reasons, John, to keep themselves out of playoffs, but they're here. It's an 11-1 half. And the LycusEmpire, they're being outclassed. They are out of the yard right now. And I don't know, man. I'm not feeling a whole lot of energy back from that particular side. It's not looking good.
They look a little bit checked out. I think they tilted in that round. They went for pushes. It kind of worked for a little bit, but Aether slowed it down. LycusEmpire didn't. I mean, what can you do? The wind is out of their sails. Everything crumbling around them. As it's 11-1 for Aether, a pistol round victory, and I don't think we're going to get very far into the second half, if Aether get it, that is. I know it says a storm is brewing up there, guys, but I think it's already full on. It's a tsunami in here.
Been pouring on him for a while, man.
Yeah.
LycusEmpire loving themselves a pistol, though. Proved that on the second half of Inferno. If it's anything, it has to be it all right now here. Where we get this going. Magic, if you've got any more calls to go ahead and grab from the bottom of the basket, go ahead and reach.
I don't know. I think he's going to reach in and only find a Dust Bunny. Micro. Going to get that headshot onto Nightblade. Already a good start for Aether. Ooh, good response at the very least from Magic. Micro, are you going to slip through the smoke and do more damage? You can't do this to them. Don't do it. Be nice. He's not going to be nice. Why would he? He wants to win. He goes up and gets 2 more. The last no, but Tender will finish it off. Aether, the 12th, and that could be it, Mark.
It almost is. Aether can taste it practically. This is going to be their final defuse to get it to 12 here. And now all they've got to do is just lock and turn the key right now. This is their playoff spot. That is inevitable. And now it's Lycus staring back up at this scoreline. One more round. Remembering all that it took to get here. And unfortunately, it goes back to a cliche saying that I'll say. It's not about how you start. It's about how you finish. And they're finishing about how they started. This is how it looked versus the Coop, and this is how it will finish.
Magic and Doom, they try for it. This is already over. Frizzy and Nightblade, the last 2 standing. Aether. They want to end this. Got aggressive. Last one is Nightblade, who does manage to get a consolation prize and a frag onto Tender, but with only 13 HP left and a jumping micro, just literally jumping around like a bunny rabbit there as he goes in towards mid, takes care of the last, and it is 13-1 for Aether. Never really in doubt, Mark.
Ups all the way to playoffs, JRT. They called in Flow just for this matchup, and they got it done. Arius and Juna watching alongside on these sidelines, excuse me, they are going to be happy with this result. And it will be Aether continuing on in the second series here in North America at the 2025 Thunderpick tournament. JRT, I don't think they could be happier with this result and a clean 2-0 that has them smooth sailing into the waters of playoffs.
Now the question becomes, who are they going to face off against once they get to those playoffs, right? I mean, you got NRG, Wildcard, M80, and Getting Info. It's just, there's not a good pick there. I'd say the worst one would be M80. I think we already,
totally.
I'm not sure, Mark, you already told me that it may be Chicken Coop facing off against M80. I just don't envy any team who will face off against them. Anyway, yeah, we have it. Oh, awesome. So M80 Chicken Coop. Sorry, Chicken Coop. That's tough. I mean, I don't know what you guys are going to do there. M80 are looking absolutely lights out incredible right now. But you see here, Aether Energy. See, that's a matchup that I feel like Aether could get an upset in, because Energy are still trying to, implement Zodic into the lineup, and Carson as well. So I feel like maybe there's a chance for Aether to get an upset there.
Yeah, I really would like to kind of agree with you, but I don't know if I can. I don't know if the Aether mark continues there. I think they're certainly going to give them a game. I think that players like Tender and Micro, who have been like grinding in the last 4 or 5 years in NACS, are seeing this exotic guy come back, and that may provoke them personally. They're going to be going in there with nothing to lose. They're playing with house money now in a spot that, in my opinion, should have been the Comets out here. And so they're going to be holding on to this and loving the opportunity to do so. But where my eyes go are to Wildcard LAG. Yeah, I'm really excited for that one. I think that Brett and the boys have a vendetta. They don't want this to just be out of the groups for them. They really had a tough one versus Marsborne, and I think they are loving the energy. I'm loving the energy of this squad right now. They're coming off a LAN. They had really good results back from the groups. I mean, they played Marsborne damn well, and with the wild card that you just casted the other day, John, that is lackadaisical and is lacking inspiration, this could be an opportunity for an upset.
Definitely. I think that wildcard team needs like a month to cook again, because Stan's coming back. It was up and down, or in and out of the roster for him. And then you have Peeping being added, and Friend as well, that Stan has to try and figure out how to play around. Anyway, yeah, definitely Lag has a chance there. And then Marsborne Getting Info is actually the one where it's more of an ECL matchup. Great. So I think that one will be really, really good. Anyway, that's going to wrap up our coverage here today, guys. I mean, the playoffs are, I think, going to start tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken, right, Mark?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. We're starting tomorrow. We're starting tomorrow with M80 Chicken Coop and Getting Info Marsborne for our first day of those playoffs. So that's going to be really fun. And as we, kind of just discussed, maybe those are, maybe the two more locky options between some of the bunch. We're splitting off one that, to be honest with you, you've probably heard me on stream. I can't remember if I said this with you or Vincent, but Chicken Coop are the hottest team out of the groups right now. But it may not matter, because they're running into NRG online. They had that series versus NRG at Frag where they took that dust too, but they also got 13-0'd, right? Like, it's going to be only so much and so far you're going to be able to push this team.
Wait, Chicken Coop's against M80, right? You said NRG, or?
Did I say NRG? It will be Chicken Coop taking on M80.
Yes. Okay. Sorry. I just wanted to make sure that what we saw there was right.
Thank you for correcting me.
No, it's fine. It's fine. But like, honestly, yeah, I just feel for Chicken Coop, they are absolutely the hottest team. I think any other matchup that Chicken Coop plays would have been fun and would have been exciting.
Yes.
I just don't see it for M80. I love Chicken Coop. I'm with you, Mark. Like that's a team that looks so exciting right now in terms of their rise up with like, the Blue Jays as well. I feel like those two teams are the ones to keep an eye on right now, but yeah, it's going to be tough. If they get a win, though, wow, like that's going to be something we're going to be talking about for a while, I would say. Anyway, we have to wait for that. Wait until tomorrow. Mark's going to bring it to you with Vincent. I'm going to be out of here. I'm going to be somewhere else, taking a break for a day. You guys got Paladin as well. It's going to be a great show, guys. You're going to love it. They're going to carry you through it. But for today, we are signing off. Hope you guys have an amazing night.